Convene the Town Council Committee of the Whole Budget deliberations. It is not Wednesday, April 3rd. It is Saturday, April 6th, and it is approximately 9:10. And all councilors are present with the exception of Councilor Baumgardner, who has notified that he is running late this morning due to a family commitment. We will begin with Human Resources, which is function 1012 on page 87. Councilor Parker.
$330,145, I so moved.
Second. Moved by Parker, seconded by Franco for $330,145. Mr. Zagami is with us today. Would you like to speak to this, please?
Sure. The first part on 101.2, Human Resources, I'd like to just give a quick overview. The overall increase in this budget, as stated, is 13,071 or 4.1%. Personnel services are up 7,996, and operating expenses are up 5,075. The department's composed of 4 people: a director, supervisor, administrative, HR, employee. Sorry, my breath is got a little cough here today. Excuse me. Supervisor, administrative, HR, employee benefits coordinator, and HR assistant. And now just looking at some of the costs here that I thought I'd highlight, and then you can ask any questions, certainly. But one of the pieces of 5210 is tuition reimbursement, which was about $5,000 we budget for. That $5,000 goes across all collective bargaining agreements, have $5,000 for tuition reimbursement. However, I only budget $5,000 in totality for all of them. And that is because it's really becomes my decision and department's decision as to what courses we would actually reimburse for. So it's not an automatic that each collective bargaining agreement gets the $5,000. As a matter of fact, this year we probably spent year-to-date something like about, for all of them, $2,600. Just so that's out there. A small expense, but it looked large to us. 366 on 5260, went to 935, which was for a copier. We maintained the same copier as opposed to bringing in a new one, which would have cost us on the least about $1,800. So my copy is working well. I figured, why don't we just stay with that one at the current time? But that did take a big increase on us for that type of work. On 5290, background checks, we're still staying with about $14.50 for Connecticut background checks. We do that on everybody we employ. And on drug testing, a few years ago, I extended drug testing to all pre-employment, pre-employment employees. And at the time, we were spending about $4,000 a year. We now, or the last couple of years, we've implemented our own drug testing internally, which costs per kit, we do it ourselves in HR, for $10.75 per test, as opposed to $50 a test. In the event a test is questionable, we will do the old-fashioned way, go to Pequot and pay the $50, which is probably below 1% that we have to do that. But this way it does promote drug-free town employees on the pre-employment, so that works well. We also added about $11,000 on 5290 for professional services. We know we're embarking upon some changes in the retirement, so that takes kind of a lot of costs go to the actuarial services they provide for us. So during that time, we would certainly have to, have a place. Last year, we had no place to put that cost. And finally, we had cut $4,936 out of the employee assistance program. And the reason for that is that under our current life insurance, which is not that expensive, they are picking up our EAP. So I no longer have to go outside and pay the $5,000 for that. It's free for them, so it's almost like you've saved $5,000 off of our life insurance.
Thank you. Do councilors have questions for Mr. Zagami? Councilor Atwater?
I have a question, not so much with the numbers, but on page 86, under risk management, it says, to protect the assets of the town by developing and maintaining a consistent safety culture. And I think before I was on the council, and I'm relatively new to Mystic, so forgive me if my timing is off, but it seems to me as though there were 3 issues that I can think of with risk management. One, and I'm not sure this is the area, but I don't know where else to bring it up. One was that employee data was breached. One was that there were 77 absentee ballots that were questionable. And there was use of credit cards, I think, with the school board, that people who had left and so forth. And I'm just wondering, are we keeping on top of our risk management in these areas?
Yeah, well, that, I can't really speak to the one on the ballots for that election time. That's an external operation as far as I can see, and it's under investigation right now. So I do know the background on that, but it's something that we've said, let's set that aside. The breach on the couple of years back on Social Security numbers for the Board of Ed, that was kind of a scam that went across, and I think they took the appropriate action with backing up the people that had their all the criteria and everything moved from there, but and plus there was, you know, corrective action for the person responsible for that. And what was the third one? I'm sorry.
The third one, I believe that there were some people who had left the town employee that were still having access to use of credit cards.
Yeah, I don't think that.
I think that
Mr.
was
Burt?
with the school board, but I'm not positive.
You're talking about the school board incident earlier in the year. And just a refresher, they're on a totally different system. They set their own policies. We don't have any control over that at all, other than giving guidance. And I know Cindy has spoken before with the school, and as far as we've been told, they've updated their policies and are following best practices. But this wouldn't be something we had any control over whatsoever. So.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Overy?
I want to ask a question that's probably not pertinent to this, but I'll ask it anyways. When you do your drug test, how do you do that? Usually you have to go where you either have a female or a male, and there has to be somewhat of exposure so you know that they're not bringing in something. How do you cover those things?
It's a very simplistic test, and I've had these for multiple years prior to coming to the town of Groton. It's a small test kit that relies on the swab of saliva that goes into it, and it registers it right there.
Okay.
So there's not, and remember, this is pre-employment, so if there's any question about it, if it was, you know, we would certainly move it on to someplace else, but so everybody gets a fair shot. You know, every now and then you could have one that you just can't get a good reading on or whatever, but or someone can't come up with enough saliva. But that's they've worked real well, and they're accepted, and it meets our purpose.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Franco?
On page 87, there's the cost centers, and I see a large jump in, it's account 10120 on leadership, general support. Where it went from 42,000 to about 319,000.
What we had just did with that was just, we just reallocated. There's not really a difference in the total cost. What we've done is we figured that when you're talking leadership and HR, all levels of what we do is basically interacting with leadership. So I had put that to say that is really where really the time is allocated to, because everything we do is employee relations and leadership and support. So it's not really that you'll see that all of a sudden we start pumping up the money. It's just been moved around to reflect what it really represents.
And is there a difference in, I guess it would say their job titles, and would there be a change in pay at all for that change?
No, that was just this year to say, I've looked at every year, it was too repetitive of what we were putting in for the particular areas. And I said, that's not really the way I feel it should be. Not that I really feel you can really get this to an exact amount, but it's not really moving money around to play a shell game. It's just trying to say, where are most of our efforts placed?
Okay.
And I imagine as we go along, we'll probably be fine tuning. It's the first time it's ever been kind of restructured at all.
Director Landry wanted to jump in, if that's okay to answer. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that really what this is a reallocation of how the salaries for the people in that department. You notice how the other cost centers have gone down significantly. So rather than dividing their salary among all cost centers, Bob just moved them to the one cost center this year.
Okay.
I had a question on page 86. We have some collective bargaining agreements shown at the top of the page. I was just curious, who will be negotiating those contracts? Is this going to be staff, or will this be town attorney, or is it a combination?
Yeah, it'll be a combination. Usually, well, what's happened is, historically, Eileen Duggan, our town attorney, has been the first chair, and I'm second alternate. So I attend all these, and we try to get representation from whatever department has the most rank and file that'll be negotiating with us. We try to get those individuals to sit with us. For instance, like if it's police, naturally, the Chief Azzaro, Deputy Chief Paul Gately, and Captain Sinagra, those three people always would be on the management side with myself and Eileen Duggan. You wouldn't want them to be, you know, us just be negotiating something out of the air that these people have no involvement in.
And then the other question is for cost center 4 at the bottom of 86. There's a little chart there, and it talks about accidents, liability claims, citizen injury, and property damage. What is the property damage? I don't know if you can speak to actually what it was, but was it anything
Minor.
large, minor?
No, minor.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, Counselor Overy, and then Counselor Schmidt.
The other question that I have under the professional development, is that throughout all the departments?
Well, it would be because of, it's not just relegated to us, because when it comes to professional development, that's going outside to say that the people who do our retirement, the people who do our, if we need to take people from the healthcare or risk or safety, sometimes if we need to do a presentation, or like when the council has had the cash balance plan studied and reviewed, those funds had to go from someplace, and there wasn't a bucket to charge it to.
So it's not really for going to school or something like that?
No.
Do we have any kind of a program for that, like that?
We do have training, and I can get into that as we go along, yes.
Is that a budget item?
It depends. Some of it I've gotten, you'll see that I've gotten about $30,000 of training for free, and a lot of times I can get, I can do training myself, and a lot of times I do training, I'd get the town attorney to come in and do training. But,
So it's not education towards maybe a bachelor's degree in whatever they're involved in?
no, that's what that $5,000 is for, the, that I mentioned earlier, that tuition reimbursement. If somebody was told, right now you need to take such and such a course.
What if they wanted to take a course?
Well, if you want to take a course and it's relevant to what we do, and we can make an assessment on that and have them take the course. We just want to make sure that sometimes we've had to deny courses, and we don't just leave it all to me and say, hey, I don't think we should take it. I want to take the department leader, you know, director, I want to take theirs, the town manager, et cetera, because it's going to be very tight, these funds, of what we're going to do. So we're not going to give people courses that are not relative to the position they're in.
Okay.
Counselor Schmidt?
I had a question on cost center 2 on the step increases. I noticed that the police and USWA went up to 4%, which basically gives them a 6% increase each year. When you add the 2% and the 4%, then you get 6.
Yeah, that's, unfortunately, there are steps in there, so when you do give raises out, you still have steps elevating as you have your percentage over it too.
And is that something that has a cap on it, or is that something that goes on no matter what the salary is?
No, it doesn't go on. These steps are limited once you get to the top step, but, and that's something we'll be looking at.
Mr. Burt wanted to jump in.
And just to point out that you have a minimum and a maximum. There's fewer steps in those divisions, and the other divisions, there's only 2% between them because they've been spread out more to like 8 or 10 steps. So it's something we need to look at, is spreading out the number of steps. But you're still working within the same minimum and maximum amounts.
Oh, right, thank you. Thank you.
Counselor Zepari?
How many steps are there?
I think there's 5 steps in the police.
And in the telecommunications, how many steps are there?
There's 5 in that also.
Were they negotiated by the same negotiating team?
Yes.
Who negotiated for the town?
For the 2?
Who negotiated for the town?
The town, oh, yes, I negotiated the telecommunicators increase, and because I did the negotiation. Last year, the contract expired, so what I did was a 1-year contract for the telecommunicators. Those steps are already in place, but the reason why I did a 1 year was the telecommunicators just came under the police recently at that time, and I didn't feel both sides were that familiar with each other. So we just addressed a couple of issues just to get us into the next one. So we didn't negotiate after this year. That was it. Now we're coming up on the year is over. We're now setting dates to negotiate with them.
And how many steps can they make in 1 year?
Well, they can only go up 1, that's all.
All right, thank you. I was going to say we should fire the negotiator, but I don't want to be that offensive right now.
Well, then you should probably go back about 20 years. That's the hole we're digging out of. I don't mind going back looking at those people.
Just to mention that Eileen Duggan, our chief negotiator, typically, she does a lot of them around the state. She's familiar with other contracts. She monitors the CCM awards on what people are getting in other ones. She's very good. But a lot of times what it is we have other priorities too. You got to pick your priorities, such as getting the high deductible health care. You know, you have to kind of, you know, what's your top topic? And this time our topic, as we know, is going to be retirement changes. So it takes a while. Give me a while. We'll make changes.
Counselor Atwater?
Just a simple question. They don't necessarily get a step every year, do they?
Well, it would be, in those contracts they do, but the
They do.
telecommunicator is a little different because when they first get in, what they have to do is they have to achieve certain licensure before they can move to the next step. But if they don't get into those steps, that's, you know, it could be a matter of whether or not you're going to continue your employment.
I guess what I'm asking is, it's not automatic, it's something that they earn, right? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's not merit, it's not that. It's
Well,
just
no,
a bona
no.
fide step.
So it's just based on your time. And that's
It
standard
is.
in all union, pretty much all union contracts everywhere. That's how step increases work.
Unless it's negotiated into the contract
Right,
that you
but
get no step increases, so it's something we can work towards.
Well, the other thing is, keep in mind, we bring all of our, you know, we bring all of our numbers and strategies basically to the council, so it's not like, we're not going to be making any of these decisions just in a vacuum. We're going to bring information, and it'll be something that's approved before we even go there. We don't want to go to and present something and come back and you say, I'm not agreeing to that. We've already got our rights when we leave your council.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Zagan? Seeing none, we will vote on account 1012 in the amount of $330,145. All those we are at 8 counselors. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? So moved unanimously. 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. We are on to insurance and claims, account 1070 on page 92. Counselor Franco?
I'd like to move $638,303.
Second.
Moved by Franco and seconded by Heath. Mr. Zagami, do you have any comments on the insurance and claims account?
Yeah, I could go through, I could quickly give a rundown through some of these cost centers just to, excuse me, tell you where we were.
The list of the different insurances are on 90, if anyone's looking in their budget book.
Okay, so on, when we're going through 1070, these are our general liability, which covers, a variety of things, but this is your overall liability insurance. One of the things I just want to point out, if you look at the total cost of this, in negotiations with the insurance company, we found that all the coastal damage that had been occurring the last couple of years has caused the overall liability insurance through the most expensive one, the property damage, has about a 5% increase, which pups up your entire liability contract for about 5% increase. We discussed it at length, and the most I would go to was a 2% increase. So we did save money on trying to slow down the de-escalation of that, or the escalation of that, I should say. I want to slow down that. So that's what, that's why this didn't jump to that point. We do get a really good service from our liability insurance company. That's where I've mentioned a little bit earlier. There's a tremendous amount of safety, I guess, courses or training that we have to do, because we've got water pollution, we've got people on the street, we've got all kinds of OSHA requirements and everything like that. And what we were able to do, we couldn't get really any training. Some of the outside workers' comp people we use, the TPAs, third-party administrators, wanted like $50 extra for each individual person, for each individual course. So with all the courses, this was a tremendous amount of money. So I went back to H.D. Seeger, who's our general liabilities, and we've come up with something that's a pretty aggressive training. And I believe that for the free training, when I've calculated it out, I probably am saving something like about almost $30,000 in training there. That, you know, I'll probably have to, you know, I'm looking at all areas, because trying to find training, I go to Board of Ed to say, do you train in this? Do you, you know, and trying to get them to kind of work with us. And if you've got the tapes or something like that, whatever it is, I'm working on that and working on increasing that. I'm talking to the Commission of Workers' Comp. I've been with them a few times to see where they can come in and help train. So what I'm trying to do is not make that a big line item cost and still be compliant. But that's been, about 2 or 3 years ago, we completely cut our safety personnel out of the budget and couldn't get somebody in. So taking that task on and kind of getting help throughout the department, we're starting to, you know, get, this is an aggressive thing we're getting to, but that training is really tantamount. And when, that's why H.D. Seeger survives as one of our insurance carriers.
I have a question. I'm sorry, Councilor Schmidt.
It's a very minor question, but I wanted to double check the amount listed for general liability, 10,700. It's listed as 424,310 on page 90, but 424,930 on page 92. It's just a difference of $620, so it's not major, but I wondered what it was.
I'm sorry, Director Landry.
That's the amount that's charged off to the other funds. What's represented here is just the amount that we're charging to the general fund. We do charge liability insurance off to the other funds, like the sewer fund or the golf course fund.
Right.
That's the difference.
Councilor Heath.
When it comes to the liability insurances, you know, think about the new schools that we're building. Do we go through a process where we talk with our insurance company as we're designing the schools to see what we need to do to keep that insurance cost down?
Yes, that's huge, that we have to go back and forth on that, but our insurance, when it comes to liability, it's a huge thing. It's everything from when we talk about the schools being built, we talk about when we have events like parades, where we do our purchasing, you know, or who does any services for us to make sure they've got the right insurance, or a lot of our parks and rec are those activities, that all has to come up with, you know, insurances, and to see who's covered and are we covered when we have these. And then also we look at some of the events that, example, trampolines, why we don't do those, is our advice from them, we can't get insurance for something like that. So there's so much contact back and forth with the insurance company. It's a daily process.
Councilor Atwater.
On the deductibles for the liability, general liability, it's a $10,000 basic deductible, and if I'm reading this, I'm not quite understanding, and that covers the basic property damage. And then if it goes beyond that, there's an umbrella. But is there another, like, corridor deductible of 10,000 in between?
No, that, once we get past that $10,000 deductible, and it becomes that something's more serious, which means there's a lot of legal, it's usually a lot of legal,
Right.
when we get to, that's when our other next, like Trident, all of those that come in will now jump on it, and that's when we have their attorneys come in and everything, and that's, those are much larger cases.
But we don't have to pay another 10,000? Because I wasn't sure when I was reading this, so that's...
Well, no, we would definitely have to pay a deductible there, but that deductible, actually, when you're working, and that depend on the seriousness of if it was a big EEOC claim or something like that, it could go from 10, but as it escalates, it could be like a $25,000 deductible if it was a large lawsuit. But that's, yeah.
Okay, and then there's the $9,349 charged for hull/boat. Does the town own a boat? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's for that's actually the police boat.
9,000 seems like a lot of money for one boat, but
Well, it probably is, but when you're talking about police work, it's different than what we're talking about with shellfish, that,
okay.
you know, there's a lot more liability with police work on the water.
Okay, and then a question under cost center one, motor vehicles. There's a $1,000 deductible on collision. Are there any vehicles that you don't insure with a deductible because the vehicle is not worth much more than $1,000?
It's really just a broad brush policy.
Across all policies?
Yeah.
Okay, and the last just comment was that under cost center 2, public officials liability, with the issues that I've had with Naonk Gardens, I hope you're going to increase that this year. Thank you.
Councilors Perry and then Franco.
I was just looking at, maybe I just noticed I didn't have these things in properly. Just looking at number, line item 10703 on page 92. It's insurance for Shellfish Commission, and it's for their boats. How many boats do they have? 4. And are they owned by the town, or are they owned by individuals who are members of the Shellfish Committee?
Boy, that's a question. I really don't know the answer to that, but we, about 4 or 5 years ago, I was just tasked with getting insurance. It was kind of like, here's the number. You need to insure these, but it's not just the boats, it's the trailers, it's their motors, it's the skiffs, the whole bit.
To get 4 boats insured for that amount of money sounds like a good deal, I having been a boat owner. But I just wondered if these are privately owned boats that the town is paying insurance for. Is it a payment to the Shellfish Commission members for their participation, or is it You know, I'd just like to know what it is. If those are privately owned boats, we recently heard from a young veteran who was who obtained a boat and wanted to fix it up and got a state grant. But the boat was his, it wasn't the town's, it wasn't the state's, it was his. Now, I'm just wondering if we're doing the same thing with the Shellfish Commission.
I don't see that overhead.
Mr. Burt?
I'll double check it, but I'm certain they're not individuals. My understanding is before the Shellfish Commission have had donations of boats, and they also get fees, through sales. They are a entity of the town. They fall underneath us. At one point, though, they hadn't been on our insurance, and there was damage, and luckily the insurance company said, well, we'll put these on there and take care of it. But I don't know if they've officially been transferred for the town, but my guess is they would ultimately be owned by the town because it is the Shellfish Commission is an entity of the town, but we can double check that. But it's not private boats.
Thank you.
Counselor Franco?
So I wanted to make sure we do shop around and make sure that we're getting the best deal we can on insurance.
Well,
Correct?
we certainly do, and I do talk to other insurance companies and everything, and one of the things is who gives the best service. That's one of the things. Naturally, price is in there. Have we put it out to bid? No. The reason why I haven't put it out to bid is from what I had seen, I was getting good prices, but also about 3 years ago, I wasn't happy with HD Seega with the service they were giving us, and brought them to the table, and they had restructured our whole account and assigned different people to it, and the service has been really, really good there right now. And now adding all that training, the ones I've talked to that have come in, that's a big difference. They can't provide that training.
No, that is big. Another question I have is on cost center 2. Basically, your first sentence in here says, it reflects the premium paid to protect town officials in their decision-making capacity from errors and omission exposures. Does this cover if a town official makes a mistake and it costs the town money? Or is this if somebody sues the town official?
Whether it be a mistake or either way, if that's something that's going to be a liability to us, we'd have to cover it.
I just want to point out the deductible is $25,000 if that's where you're going, and election costs $23,000.
No, it's 15,000.
Public official liability, deductible $25,000, unless it would
It
fall
says-
under employment practice. I don't even know if that's where you're going. I apologize for jumping in.
Well, the other part of that is too, is that would be EEOC complaints come under that part too. Those employment.
Okay. I think I will question you about some more of that later. Thank you.
Counselor Heed, did you want to? Anyone else? Director Landry.
I just wanted to correct the statement. I misunderstood Councilor Smith's question, and the difference between the number for 10700 on page 90 is that's the $620 that we pay for the tip line, the fraud tip line that we had put in a couple of years ago based on an auditor's recommendation.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on account 1070? Seeing none, we will vote on account 1070 in the amount of $638,303. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously, 800. We are on to self-funded plans, account number 1071. Begins on the very next page. The number is on page 98. And we are at, is it Franco or Heed? Councilor Heed, I believe.
I make a motion for $9,382,495.
Is there, moved by Heed, seconded by Franco. Mr. Zagami.
Well, the first one I want to just go through on this is we can hit, well, let's see. pages right here. Okay. Going first through the retirement. Here we go. Okay, on the retirement right now, we're funded at 83.6, which is, according to our bonding calls we've had, and according to everywhere we checked, it seems that that's a pretty healthy compared to the rest of the state on our retirement. Our liabilities exceed assets by about 23 million, which was up from about 19 million in 2017. We had moved our assumed 7.25 return, which produced an investment gain also. But one of the things we had was smoothing. We go across for smoothing, and with that, that brings our market value from 119 million up from 114 million. So basically, we have an arc of about 2,000,009, and there's about 298 employees that are retired. And just looking at on the onset here, we have about, I was looking at about 28 people were eligible to retire. We'll be retiring this month, but there's about 28 out there that are eligible to retire. They're still in our employment. Doesn't mean they're all going to retire now, right, Cindy? Okay. You're always going to check that. So that's where we're funded with the retirement. We did do a COLA last year. The COLA was probably represented a cost of about $81,000 for the year, but in the long term, it's probably going to be close to up to around $1 million to over the whole actuarially done process.
Does anyone have, Councilor Upton?
On the employee benefits, when I look at this, I can remember my notes here. We had a 4% increase in the investment from 114 to 119, but the increase in the liability went from 19 to 23, almost 24. So that's a 20% increase. So I'm seeing that our funding of payouts is greater than our current return. Is that eventually going to start leveling off so that it's not such a big difference?
Well, a lot of that was there was a tough time in the market last year. That kind of.
Is that okay?
But we do smoothing over 5 years every time.
But the smoothing, as I understand it, helps in the required funding for your liability, but it doesn't change your investment return. I mean, whatever your investment is, that's what it is. So in other words, if you earned 7.5% last year on your investment, but you're using a 7% smoothing, you still have that extra 5% in your fund, because that's what you actually earned, even though you only use a 7% assumption for what your contribution should be in the future.
Right, but it depends on how many more employees every year are becoming retired, and that's how your liability naturally grows.
Right,
but you're asking how will it be lowered? The only way to lower it is to actually change the plan.
Which is something we're looking at doing.
That's what we're getting to, yeah.
Okay, and just, you're showing that in 2017, a 7.5% return in the written part, and then down below it's saying in 2017 there was a 10.8%, and I'm wondering, was it really 2018 that should be the 7.5? This is on page 94, but on the chart.
Second paragraph of the text versus the chart directly below it, correct?
Yes. the second paragraph, it says, while the market value investment return of 2017 was 7.5, and then it went on. But then down in the chart below, it shows the market return for 2017 as being 10.3, but 2018 is 7.5. I'm just wondering if that's the correct number.
Seems like it would make sense to be referencing the prior year in the text, right? So that's why I think you're assuming it would match the chart for the prior year.
I would assume.
Yes.
Director Landry?
I believe that the 2017 in that paragraph should have said 2018. The 2017 was in the 19 budget.
Thank you.
That's exactly what it is, you're right.
Okay. And then just one last observation or comment, that if you take the returns over the 6 years, I guess, that are shown, it's an 8.11% return, which is greater than the 7.25 assumption that we're using for future liability. But I think if we look back like 10 years, that 8.11 is a lot less. So it depends on how many years you're factoring to show whether or not you're ahead or behind.
Yeah, there were some years backwards.
Certainly 2008,
they were
2009 were not good years.
Yeah, they were 100% funded at one point, and then they hit those rough years, and that's what kind of reset us down to where we are. But we're still at a healthy amount of funding at this
Yes,
point.
no, I totally agree. Thank you.
If it's a 5-year smoothing, we have 3 of those 5 years where the actuarial assumption was higher than the actual return, so I think that's.
We have three that are not.
But they only use 5 years to go back for the smoothing, right?
5 years, yeah.
Counselor
Okay.
Heed?
So we're assuming 7.25. I know that we reduced that assumption in the past year. What was it before? What are we going towards? Like, are we reaching towards a 6.5% assumption? What's the right number?
It was 7.5% prior. There's no set, right now the goal is to at least get to 7%, but probably wait 2 years to do that just because of the cost increases that go with doing that. And then we'll have to reevaluate at that point. There's no set point below that 7% at this point.
All right, and then the request was for 1.5, on page 98, the request was basically $10,291,540. So that's a $1.6 million increase over the 2019 estimate. But you're recommending we only put in about 700,000. It's actually 685,839 if you want the exact number. So we changed the policy, but we're not keeping up with the funding, as I see it.
We fund to the ARC.
Well, it's OPEB liability that that 7.25% has nothing to do with OPEB liability, it's the retirement. OPEB, we've in the past funded extra. The last couple, for a while now, we're doing just a bit extra to try to pre-fund it. And if you recall, we had that conversation, we're a little over 30% funded, which actually, I think it was Moody's, when we did a review the other day, said we're one of the highest they've come in contact with. So it's part of getting, how much can you pre-fund above the ARC first, So we're doing the ARC, it's just we're not doing much extra.
All right, so, well, we're in good shape compared to everybody else, but is that really good shape?
Again, we do what we can do. All tough decisions.
Counselor Perry?
I notice, we go back on page 87, line 10123. There's a section that goes benefits, and that went from 43,000 down to 5,525 this year. I presume it's because benefits are being taken out of this particular sector and placed in the central sector that we're talking about now. I mean, we have benefits that are in this section for, I can't remember how many million, but that's benefits for all personnel in the town of Groton, regardless of what department they're in, right?
Mr. Burt wanted to answer.
This goes back to the readjustment of where his employees are being paid out of. That's just people who are working on benefits. That was moved up to that first category. So it's not actual benefits, it's just people who do work on benefits.
Okay, so their employees are, so all benefits for all departments are in this section. I see benefits listed on other departments, but then they come up in this section again. I want to be sure it's all in one place.
Yeah, I mean, we have people that actually, they're charged to benefits because they do the work. They're the benefits coordinator, if that's what I'm hearing.
Okay,
But as far as what the benefits come to is any department would be really, it's still costed out.
well, how did we get such a nice increase from 43,574 in 19 to 5,525? Do we have fewer people working on benefits now?
Again, it was just reclassified to that top category, the leadership category that Bob discussed.
So just for clarification, Counselor Zepari is back on account 1012.
Yeah.
Looking at, on page 87, cost center 10123, and questioning the numbers there as they relate to the account we're currently discussing. And that's what Mr. Burt was trying to address.
It was broken out into 5 accounts, now it's into 1 account.
That's what I'm hoping.
Counselor Atwater.
May I just comment? I think the way to explain it is that the people in the benefits department here are doing the calculations and work of
Yes,
this
I understand
account
that.
here.
Anyone else who hasn't spoken yet wish to ask Mr. Zagami any questions on account 1071? There's very much in this account, so if you want to take a minute and go
yeah,
through
please.
things. So Counselor Atwater and then Franco.
Under the self-funding health insurance, it's part of my background, and I've actually sold and managed self-funded plans. Some of my clients at that time would actually manage the health care, so to speak, in that they would, if a person was out ill, they would have somebody check with them to be sure that they're being taken care of, that they're seeing the doctor and those sorts of things. And they found that this was a tremendous benefit to get people back to work because they felt that they were being quote unquote loved and taken care of and so forth. Are we, I don't know, this many years ago, I don't know whether laws have changed, whether that's privacy issues now or whatever, but can we do anything when an employee is out sick to encourage them or help them along in their recovery?
That would be a little difficult.
Okay, as I say, times have changed, then I
mean, we used to, it used to be a thing with, years ago, that if somebody's out on like workers' comp or something like that, you'd visit them in the hospital, you'd call them up and you'd try to, but, these days what happens is the attorneys usually will say, okay, there's no more contact back and forth from you. That's, those things. So, and then when you've got the HIPAA requirements, that would be kind of like you're kind of asking questions that you may not be entitled to. If it's FMLA, naturally, we would have certain criteria to make that FMLA, and that would be what our question would be, that they'd have to give us certain updates and everything like that, but we wouldn't so much as try to be kind of encouraging somebody to come back to work.
Thank you.
Counselor Franco?
So last year, I believe we changed or offered some differences in retiree health benefits, and it was optional for retirees to opt in. And how successful was that?
I would say it was very successful on the Board of Ed because they didn't really have the old contracts that we had governing retirement. They were actually able to switch a lot of people over almost instantly. However, with us, there were so many different pockets from old retirement that some paid 0, some paid 10%, some, it was all different types of things that we really couldn't put our hands on. When I mean that, not that we didn't know what we were doing, we didn't have the legal right. All we could do was offer, and we held the meetings and everything, and the short answer is, out of 140 of those people, we probably converted about 30. But it took more of a year to just be able to negotiate back and forth with Anthem to be able to put that process in place so that we could have the time to beat the time of the end of the year to actually implement it. So we did get about 30 people that went on, and I think this will be ongoing to kind of promote this, because we'll really lose a lot of money is those self-funded RX, you know, those ones can be unlimited to how much money, you know, we would have to pay out of a self-funded, as opposed to what this works us into. The new system would work us into something that's fully insured, almost like a PPO that would cover that. So we're going to kind of keep going after that year in and year out, and you know, by progress and by negotiations and new plans, we hope that we can start to evolve out of some of these pitfalls from years ago.
Okay. And then, so is that the way the future is going? I mean, are other towns working on that? Is that the direction where people are going?
That was kind of innovative from our insurance person, MDG, that kind of came up with that, because we keep presenting the problem over and over again. But one of the situations is that many places didn't make that same error through the years of negotiating contracts like that, so that it's not a problem to them. But I can't speak for a lot of the others, really. That's going to be pretty difficult. But you do hear that, you know, that's why people walked right into the state program, because they didn't have the retirees to deal with. We looked at the state program, and because of our retiree population, all those type of deals were made that we have to adhere to, we couldn't possibly afford it.
Okay. And we're moving towards the health savings account. And can you give me an update on what's going on with that?
The health savings account is basically, if you're a family, we will see 2,000 to 4,000 deductible. If it's single, we will do 1,000 of the 2,000. So that's where we are with that. But all the figures we're seeing now from the high deductible health plan, we're seeing that's why you see the numbers on the chart have started to work in our favor.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Perry.
Just to go back to Councilor Atwater's question earlier about things you can do to get people back to work. About 25 years ago, when I was very much involved in orthopedics and in work disability, the town of Groton was paying its workers' comp benefits. People who were out on 100% temporary total disability were receiving 100% of their normal pay. And the interesting thing about it is, because it was a disability payment, it was also tax-free. So workers out on workers' compensation were actually profiting more than going to work. And that's a disincentive to return to work by having 100% compensation rates. There are things that you can do to encourage people to return to work, and one of the simplest is a phone call saying, "Hey, how are you? We miss you. We need you." That's an encouraging thing to a worker to motivate him to try to return to work. But there are a number of other things that can be done, and I'd be happy to talk with you privately about that sometime. The policy of paying 100% workers' compensation benefit, paying 100% of the normal pay, I think is detrimental to the goal of return to work.
Good point.
I had a couple of questions. MDG is our broker, I guess?
Yes.
How much do we pay them per year?
About 60,000.
60,000. So I'm a big advocate of keeping an eye on what the state is doing to see if they do any kind of changes to the state employee health plan that we could jump in on. So I would ask that you keep watching that to see if any changes come about that would be beneficial to the town. And I understand we did take the time to look at it, and as you said, because of the retirees, we're precluded from getting into it. It'd be prohibitive for us.
Well, just to answer that, I have looked at it this year, and they went up 8% last year. That's after we talked. And this year, they're projected to go up another 8%. What's happening is a lot of the towns that have had problems with their insurance, naturally lots of claims and everything like that, are all moving toward that. And it's developing a pool that's kind of, that there's going to have to be a day of atonement, basically.
But as changes are made and new statutes are put into place, just keep tabs on it and see if there's anything that would be beneficial to us. It's common sense to.
I agree. I don't think there's, I don't know where healthcare is going. We're trying to, do whatever we can at every step.
Right.
Hopefully, there's going to be something past where we are now on the horizon, and that's what we look at every day. It's there's a lot of pressure on MDG because that's where I put it. This takes a lot of money out of the town, so I spend a lot of money, a lot of time on that. I do a lot of evaluations of saying that, okay, Anthem, you're saying that, you think we should be, 110% of claims or something like that, and we find many times we can be only putting money in for 82% of claims, expected claims. So, with those type of rates, we start to come down, and there's a lot of different avenues we try to do to just make this happen.
That's great. And then the other thing is, do we do anything similar to a health enhancement plan for our employees where we require them to have annual physicals and we require them to do these certain steps, and if they don't, they have to pay more out of pocket?
We do not have a good wellness program, and to put those in, we certainly should be working to negotiating that. Last time I talked 2 years ago with Anthem, because I felt they could put a good wellness, but we needed somebody to really be of oversight, and the cost of that oversight was to the point where we couldn't bring them in. But there are portions of wellness. What we try to do really is to encourage people that go to doctors, take care of what you need to. Don't be holding back, because if you don't take the blood pressure medicine now, you could be in a stroke and be a lot more expensive. So we try to encourage staying well at this level.
I have a question.
Councilor Franco?
So Councilor Zapiri said we reimburse on workers' comp at 100%. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So it's not a 60% out in the
It could be
private
60% out of the workers' comp, but then it would be, the supplement would bring it up to 100%. That's an old contractual agreement.
So are you working towards changing this by?
I'd like to look at that.
I would.
But to be fair, you're going to change one or two things per contract as you get.
Right, I
after your
understand.
priorities, yeah.
I get it. It's on the list now. All right, thank you. So, I'm sorry. So when you're saying supplemental, so like in the private sector, that's what I know. So you would get reimbursed for your workers' comp at like a 60%, but then if you purchased, just say Aflac, they might reimburse you. Is that what you're trying to say, like a supplemental of that sort?
No, I'm just saying that would come out of the pay, so that if workers' comp gave 65%, then we'd have to make up the difference.
So the town makes up the difference.
Yeah.
It's not a separate insurance policy. And is there an insurance policy for that supplemental?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we are on account 1071. The amount on the floor is $9,382,495. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously, 8-0. And I've had a request for a 5-minute recess, so we will recess.
I'm heading to that.
We'll recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. It is 10:22, and we're back from recess. And we are on finance, account 1013, on page 102. Councilor Aubrey.
I will move the figure of $1,608,512.
Second.
Moved by Aubrey, seconded by Schmidt. Finance Director Landry is here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll just give you a brief overview of the department. In addition to leadership, we have 4 divisions: the accounting division, the assessment division, purchasing, and the tax collector's office. The duties of those, the primary duties for accounting would be cash management, the comprehensive annual report, which is otherwise known as the CAFR, payroll and pension check processing, accounts payable, accounts receivable, grant management, and general ledger oversight. Assessment compiles the grand list, coordinates the reval, and administers exemption and assessment programs. The purchasing division is responsible for townwide purchasing, bids including requests for proposals, requests for qualifications, disposal or sale of surplus assets, lease agreements, and has mailroom oversight. And as you know, the tax office collects the revenue for the town, the sewer districts, all of the fire districts, and political subdivisions. They also bill and collect for landfill, residential and commercial sewer use, and a significant amount of staff time is spent on the collection of delinquent taxes. For the 2020 budget, the primary increase in personnel services is for the Deputy Finance Director, which is funded for a full year. We recently came to the council and received approval to hire that position, and we are in the midst of recruiting for that. But that is the bulk of the increase in that personal services. I've also included a part-time position in the purchasing department for financial assistant 1, 20 hours a week. This division does purchasing townwide procurement in addition to other duties. And right now, with a staff of 2, it's very difficult for vacations or illnesses. There's just no depth in the division. And some of the things that we want to accomplish in that division are just being delayed. We want to update the purchasing manual. We want to implement a P-card program to eliminate the American Express card. So what I envision this person taking over is what, for lack of a better term, would take over the more clerical task from the full-time financial assistant 1, which is reviewing insurance and certificates to make sure that the vendors coming on site have proper insurance. We do a lot of analysis of invoices like the American Express bill, the Aztec bill, the maintenance agreements, review of those in preparation for the invoices to pay those, and mailroom duty. This division handles the accounts payable audit for all of the checks that are leaving the division. So what I envision, this position would take on more of those tasks, leaving the full-time FA1 to devote more time to procurement and working with the purchasing agent, and also for, I'd like this position to become more involved with fixed assets. Fixed assets is something that we're required to do for the CAFR, and it's very time-consuming. And throughout the year, we just don't, from a staffing standpoint, we don't have the time to devote to it that it should be. It should be done throughout the year. So we always have a time crunch at the end of the year is trying to get our fixed assets information together for the auditors. So that's my primary reasoning for asking for an additional 20 hours a week in that division. On the operating side, during fiscal 19, again, we had a lot of transition in staff. I have 3 new financial assistant 1s in the tax office, and I also have a new person in the assessor's office. So you will see an increase for professional development, for training for these new people. The training, I think, is very important, and particularly in the assessor's office, the Assessors Association has a very robust training module. But it also gives the employees opportunity to get out in the field. Both assessment and tax use the quality data service, which is the bulk of the towns in Connecticut also use that. So it gives them an opportunity to go to road shows or seminars and network with their other peers. It gives them the opportunity to look at legislation that might be pending. We had a very, training was very minimal in the department, and over the years I've tried to increase that, but the main increase this year is due to that new staff. And I had a small increase in repairs and maintenance due to maintenance contracts and occupational health, because I have 2 people now that are eligible for safety shoes. So that's it for finance. I hope I can answer any questions that you might have.
Safety shoes?
Yes, if those that go out in the field,
Okay.
they have steel-toed shoes, particularly the people that do personal property that go into the construction sites.
Okay.
But by contract, as they should be wearing safety shoes out in the field.
said Bob Zagami. Any questions? Counselor Zepari.
I understand the assessor's office has people that goes out to parking lots and takes photographs of cars so that we can see which cars are primarily garaged in Groton rather than in other towns.
That's a possibility that could happen if we find that there are cars that are garaged here in Groton, and
How do you find that? How do you find that?
how do we find that they're
How do you
there?
determine that before you do an investigation?
Oh, I think it might be that they might have gone out on another issue. It could be that someone could report it to us. I don't think we have it's not something that I think they just ride around town trying to find this.
Well, I know they did it in one case, and I'm not sure they did it well.
Okay.
And it was someone who complained to me about that at the time. And I spoke to the assessor, and she said, oh, we have photographs to prove that he primarily garages those vehicles in Groton. And in order to get photographs to prove that someone primarily garages his cars in Groton, you'd have to go out over about 185 nights a year to prove that it was primarily those vehicles were in Groton for 185 nights a year. I think that's, maybe we have too many people in that department if we have people that we can send out on that kind of errand. And maybe you could take one of those to do the American Express bill check rather than sending them around to photograph cars in parking lots.
I'll look into that situation that you're referring to. I don't think it's something that on a daily or weekly or any type of regular basis that they're doing that.
If it is not on a regular basis, that means that that particular individual was targeted by the tax department, by the assessor's office. And that would be another error that I think is, it puts us in a very bad light, to say the very least.
I hesitate to use the word targeted, but I think if the assessor or their staff are out there and they see this, it's their responsibility to report it back to the assessor.
I'm going to jump in here, I'm sorry, point of order. We want to be careful that we're not making assertions about town staff that aren't legitimate. I know in a certain circumstance that the council has talked about, there were complaints received from the public to us, and at that point then those complaints were given to town staff, and then town staff investigated. And I don't think it's fair to say that town staff is targeting people. I think it's inappropriate to make that comment. I had a question about tax collection. Where are we as far as percent-wise? Do we do pretty good with the collection rate?
Right. This time of year, and I apologize, I did not bring that paperwork with me, but with the taxes due in July and January, the bulk of the taxes are collected this time of year. And I'm sorry, I do not have that percentage, but I will get that for you.
Traditionally, we've been well up in the high 90s,
Right,
correct?
right. We budget at about 98. I believe the budget this year I have 98.8% is what I'm anticipating when we set the mill rate. Had that in a different book too. Sorry.
Seeing no further questions, we will vote on account 1013 in the amount of $1,608,512. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously, 800. The next account is revaluation, 2120, on page 106. Counselor Atwater, I believe.
I move the amount of $182,200.
Second.
Am I reading the right number? I guess I am.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Are we moving 241.8?
No, the 182 for,
182?
we're acting on the expenditure side now.
Okay. So Counselor Atwater moved 182 seconded. Who was that? I'm sorry.
Schmidt.
Counselor Schmidt, thank you.
What page are you? 107.
Counselor. Director Landry, please.
The Reval Fund was established in 1999, and it was to accumulate funds over several years so that we would not have a big spike in the budget the 2 years before a revaluation was done. And in 2005, we started also including in that fund to set aside funds for the aerial mapping. Now, the 241 would be the contribution to the fund, so that we'll have at another discussion when we do contributions to other funds. But right now, I'm just asking for the 182.2, which will be, part of that is to set aside to accumulate funds for the reval that's going to be done in 2021, will impact the July 1, 2022 bills, and then $130,000 to do the aerial mapping. The aerial mapping was last done in 2010, and we historically do that to coincide with the reval for the full list and measure, which is this reval will be. The 2016 was just an interim, but this reval will have to go out and visit every property.
Councilor Overy and then Franco.
Who does your aerial?
Usually we go out and we'll, I don't have a vendor at this time, they'll go out and we also look for, do either an RFP or ask for quotes, but we also work with the surrounding towns and we try to consolidate so that we can do it, get economies of scale for the pricing.
Could you use Google? You know, the mapping that's on the computers, on everybody's computer?
You know, this is actual flyovers that we do. I think they might even use drones now to do it. But it's not only used for the reval, it's used department town-wide. Planning uses it, Public Works uses it. We have various layers in it, in the mapping.
I see.
So
Yeah.
that's why we do the flyover. But to try to do, if you're going to be up there, to have, you know, maybe coordinate with Ledyard or Stonington, Norwich. I'm not quite sure the towns that we have coordinated with, but that is what we try to do.
Councilor Franco.
And that's a question I wrote down last night, was I recall the aerial imaging was going to be completed with drones in the future, and have you heard any more about that? Because they thought there might be cost savings with that involved.
Right. Would that not, you mean doing it with our own drones?
Well,
or,
just drones, period.
I think that it would be the company that we hired to do it, and I think it would be probably, with today's technology, I would think that's the way they would go, but I don't really know if that's, I can't speak for the company that will ultimately hire.
Okay.
Councilor Atwater.
I guess I want to commend you on your attention to detail. On page 105, there's a chart that shows the revaluation fund contributions. And starting in 2023, you put in $140,000, and you do that for 4 consecutive years. And then that next year, you have put in $141, and then you go back to $140 again. Is that really the number that it should be?
Well, if you look to the far right, when we're talking about, I'm trying to get an accumulated balance so that that year that we have the spike up, when we're like the 450 in 2021, when I project this out, I'm looking at that balance, and it was probably because I was going to be in the red that year.
Negative? Okay.
So I rounded it up a little bit.
Thank you.
Did you have a question?
No.
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 Any further questions on the reval fund?
I have great faith in Cindy. Don't ever let me down.
Pardon me?
I said I have great faith in you. Don't ever let me down.
I will try not to. I will do my best.
All right, seeing no further discussion, we are on account 2120, and we will vote on $182,200. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? So moved unanimously. Next account is Mumford Cove Special District, account 2060, on page 192. Give everybody a minute to get there. I believe we're at Councilor Schmidt.
Yeah, I move the figure of $21,102 for the Mumford Cove account number 2060.
Second.
Moved by Schmidt and seconded by Atwater. If you could just explain for the public what this is, please.
Sure. The Mumford Cove District, the taxes that are collected from the district are primarily to pay Naonk Fire District for fire protection. They contract directly with them. There's a small amount of money included in this budget to pay for tax collection services, and if there were ever to be any liens filed, a small amount to process those or pay for lien releases. The bulk of this is the $20,000 that's due to Naonk Fire to provide this district fire protection.
Any questions? Counselor Ober?
If I understand correctly, they take care of everything. They take care of the roads. They do their own plowing.
Yeah, I believe that's true.
Oh, this is the only thing I think that they
That
ask
they pay,
for.
right, that the association members pay for.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no further discussion, we'll vote on account 2060 Mumford Cove for $21,102. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Next account is 4010 Groton Sewer District, and this is on page 195. And we are at Counselor Perry.
I move the amount of $794,486.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Perry, seconded by Heed. Director Landry.
Okay, the special tax district is primarily a debt service fund. Most of the funds that are collected from the taxes are used to pay debt service for long-term sewer debt that we have issued for improvements at the water treatment plant. We also, because we do collect the taxes here, we do charge a small portion of tax collection, printing of the tax bills, office supplies. We do charge a small portion of that to this district, but it is primarily for debt service.
Counselor Atwater.
I have two questions. At the top, it says the overall decrease in the budget of 1.1%, and yet down below the bottom of the paragraph, it says the proposed mill rate is increased to 0.28%. And why would there be an increase if the budget decreased?
Typically, when I set the mill rate for this project, excuse me, I do use fund balance. This year, I cut back on that a little bit with the anticipation. As you know, we're going for a note issue on the treatment bond, the sewer bonds this month, and I'm anticipating that that debt service is going to hit next year's budget. So I wanted to leave some fund balance in there to try to mitigate any increase next year.
Okay. And the other question I have is that if you're looking down below at the chart of the long-term debt payment and so forth, and it shows that bonds were issued in 2009, 2011, and so forth. And I was wondering what the rate of interest is on those, and can they be renegotiated if interest rates are down, or do we have to stay with the next 20 years?
Those are not actually bonds. We received a Clean Water Fund loan from the state of Connecticut, and that is, I don't have that interest rate with me, but that's, we pay the state directly for that. It's not long-term bonds.
Can we renegotiate that at any time, or are we locked in?
I don't
for
believe
that?
so. I believe we're locked into that because it's a Clean Water Fund loan.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions on Groton Sewer District? Counselor Heed.
Not really too important. Just curious, how do we have interest income in a bond fund?
Pardon me?
How do we have interest income on page 195? It's $7,000.
Oh, the interest? That comes from the taxes that are generated are invested throughout the year.
Gotcha.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we will vote on account 4010 Groton Sewer District, the amount of $794,486. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously, 8-0-0. Contributions to other funds on page 171. This is account 1077. And we are back to Counselor Parker, I believe.
$1,651,951. I so moved.
Second.
Moved by Parker and seconded by Franco. Ms. Landry went away. Is Mr. Burt going to address this?
It's just the for the Reval Fund, the computer replacement, and the various fleet ones, it's pretty straightforward.
Did we have the chart? I'm sorry.
Counselor Parker had a question for you.
Did we get the chart? Because of the vehicles? I know I asked for that last year. I think I saw it. Maybe
The
I,
fleet fund, is that right, Cindy? Do we have the
is it, maybe I missed
page
it.
here?
I looked for it, I couldn't find it either.
There's on 134, there's program vehicle replacement schedule. Is that what, I'm not sure if that's what you're looking for or not, though.
Yes.
134 is the list of program vehicle replacements.
And this does include which ones were replaced, correct?
Right, towards the bottom of the list there. All police related.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Burt on 1077? Counselor Aubrey.
Under the fleet fuel, does that pick up gas for every vehicle we have out there?
Yes,
So that's why we're not seeing it in some of the other accounts?
correct.
So how do we, how do we kind of balance that? I mean, you know, do we just get a bill from them for the gas they're using? Or
Gary's the expert on it. He'll be going over the fleet fund when he comes, but
Okay,
he estimates based on what we've used this year, talks with departments on how many, you know, is there gonna be much of a change, and you just based it on history. And
Okay.
does he think, you know, look at where gas prices are.
hi.
And are all the vehicles fueled at town pumps, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
as well as a lot of outside agencies use our pumps, and we bill them for the usage.
Counselor Franco has a question, I believe.
So I was going to jump off that. There seems to be quite a large decrease there
On the vehicles, or on which
on the
thing?
fuel, the fleet
Oh.
fuel.
Sure.
It's on page 171, account number 10778.
Again, Gary puts that together based on what he's seeing, but, let's see.
Director Landry wanted to add something.
That's also based on, we had a locked-in price that's less than the 2019 price. We had about $2.45 was the 19 budget, and we've locked in until the end of August at a 202.
And what was the previous year? I'm sorry.
245 for unleaded. And
Okay, that would-
259 for diesel, and we are at 202 and 214 through August of 20.
Okay, that would probably definitely make up that
Pardon?
amount,
Yeah.
that would make up that amount of money.
Right, and we provide Public Works those numbers, and that's how he generates his gas prices.
And so the fleet vehicles themselves, Mr. Schneider was, I think, seeking 174,000 more approximately than the manager's budget. Can you explain what you thought, your thought process?
Well, really, we've had discussions here last year. We have a lot of vehicles. I've put a freeze on anything besides police or something that we absolutely can't do without until we can really go through the full list to determine, do we need every vehicle? I just want to take a good look at that. Only spend the bare minimum.
And I recall just a couple months ago, there was a report that showed towns and what their vehicles were, and when you compared.
Yeah, but there was errors in that. There was
Oh,
some
there
stuff
were.
we reported that weren't reported by the other towns, so Gary's working with, and that went to the state, so he's working with the state and COG to get those numbers corrected.
So it was a COG report, right?
No, because it had some things in there that we reported that others didn't.
Or the report themselves? Whose report was that?
The towns reported to the state, and then the COG took that from the state. However, we were including some things at the state, to the state, that others weren't.
Okay, thank you.
So that's part of why I want a better picture of all this before we, before spending any unnecessary money on vehicles.
All right, appreciate that.
Councilor Perry?
We don't have that picture here, though, do we?
What's that?
Do we have a list of vehicles that are being purchased?
Yeah, it's on page
134.
The bottom of they're all patrol-related, all police-related vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions on contributions to other funds? Seeing none, we'll vote on account 1077 in the amount of $1,651,951. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously, 800. And the next item is on page 181, and this is outside agencies, health and service agencies, account 1054. And I don't know where we left off, I'm sorry. Did we move on with
Franco.
Councilor Franco? Thank you.
$1,623,393 for account 1054.
Second.
Moved by Franco and seconded by Heed. Would you like to just give us an overview of what these are? And then I had a question. I probably should have asked the question first. The number that was moved is everything contained within the account. If anyone chooses to do an increase to any particular line item, is it okay just to direct you, or do you prefer we vote these individually? Director Landry or Mr.
Cindy,
Burt?
what do you think?
Individually.
You want to vote it individually? Okay, so
I'll withdraw.
would you withdraw your motion, please?
Withdraw my motion.
And Councilor Heed, withdraw your second?
Withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. So those motions are withdrawn. So then we'll go back through and we're going to be voting, if you look on page 180, we're going to vote individual cost centers. So the first one, Councilor Franco, is 10540, Ledge Light Health District.
$287,983.
Second.
Moved by Franco, seconded by Heed. Is there discussion on Ledge Light Health District?
What was the number you said?
Go ahead, would you like to repeat what you moved?
$983.
It's in 83.
It's here on 180, 105. 287,983 is the number. That's what you have, that's what
Yeah.
she moved.
I thought I heard her say
Yeah.
2.
No, she got it.
Finish your donut.
She said it
what's going on.
correctly.
Okay.
I've
Okay.
been wrong before, but.
In your budget book, we have Appendix A. And in Appendix A are all the breakdowns for each individual account.
And just a reminder, for Ledge Light, we have to pay legally what they bill us.
So then that cuts down on the discussion. Well, maybe not, I don't know. Is there any discussion on Ledge Light? Councilor Ober?
Well, I just wanted to say, I think they do an outstanding job. I've been involved with different things that I've called them, and they've been very helpful. And I just want to encourage them to keep on going and doing as good a job as you're doing.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Jennifer Maggio. I'm the supervisor for Finance and Administration and Special Projects and Population Health at Ledge Light Health District, here on behalf of our Director of Health, Stephen Mansfield, who's unfortunately out of town this weekend. I've been doing our budgets for, I think this is my 15th budget cycle, so well-versed in what goes into this, and proud to say that this year again we're proposing a flat per capita rate of $7.37. It's been flat now for 2 fiscal years in a row, and this is actually a lower per capita rate than we had 10 years ago. Working hard to bring external resources to support our public health interventions while keeping the cost for our member towns down, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I just want to say, I think this is a perfect example of how regionalization can work. This is excellent. It's an excellent service, and I think it's an excellent value for the dollar for all the towns that participate in the Ledge Light Health District. Do you have any questions regarding this account? Seeing none, we will vote on 10540 Ledgelight Health District in the amount of $287,983. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you want VNA, school health, and VNA health promo moved individually as well?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, so Counselor Heed, if you could do 10541 VNA school health, please?
Make a motion for $1,081,278. So, let me say that again.
Yes, please.
$1,081,278.
Moved by
I so move.
Heed. Is there a second? Seconded by Granatowski. Hi, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Mary Lanzini. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Visiting Nurse Association.
Thank you. And we have a note from Ms. Lanzini on page 19, along with some supporting materials. Would you like to address this?
The school nursing budget is flat, same as it was last year. There aren't any changes proposed for numbers of hours or the staffing in the schools.
Counselor Heed.
What kinds of services do you provide students?
There's a school nurse who's in the schools providing first aid, sick care, the screenings that are mandated from the state, counseling as far as not mental health counseling necessary, but counseling for health areas, working with parents to make sure children are getting the kind of health care that would be recommended, managing things like head lice outbreaks, other kinds of communicable disease issues that occur in the schools. Often the question I know is answered, so I'll bring it up before you have a chance to ask it. There are school-based health clinics in the schools that are a completely separate offering. Those are, I think the best way to characterize them those are doctor's offices or primary care offices that are in the school. So if a child, for instance, comes to the school nurse complaining of a sore throat, if there's not a school-based clinic there, if the child has other symptoms, we would call the parent would come get the kid, take them to the doctor. In schools where you have a school-based clinic and the parent has agreed for the child to be treated at the school-based clinic, the child can just go to the school-based clinic and receive primary care level care.
Counselor Franco.
So when the student has an issue and has to go to the school-based clinic, they have to come to the nurse first to be sent to that clinic.
That is ordinarily the way it would happen. The school-based clinics, and they do not work for the VNA, so I'm just speaking from experience of interacting with them. They do physicals for the children at periodic times. They also offer some mental health counseling. So in some very strict instances, they would not come to the school nurse first. But for the most part, yes.
But if they were ill, they would come to the nurse first.
Correct.
Then the nurse would, check out and see how they're doing and then decide whether they should go to the health-based clinic if they're signed up for it, or you could take care of it yourself.
That is correct.
If you're capable.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Oakley.
Is that in every school?
I'm sorry.
Do we have a nurse in every school?
Yes, ma'am. There is a nurse in every school. There also is a shared position, a full-time position that the nurse spends half of her time. She's a float nurse, so that if there is, well, let's use the head lice as an outbreak, and there are a number of children that need to be assessed in a fairly short period of time, the float nurse will move to that school and assist the nurses there. The other half of that nurse's assignment is in New London. It's a shared position between New London and Groton.
And who does distribution of medication that the kids would need?
The school nurse does the distribution of medications.
Nobody else?
Counselor Franco?
So in a town, how many nurses are required in a town? An RN, if you have multiple
Are
schools?
you talking about how many are required by
State law.
state law? One.
So there's only one RN required in each town.
If you look very strictly at what the regulations are for school health in the state of Connecticut, there is one nurse required.
Okay. And are there towns that you know of that have one RN and then staff their schools with other types?
I don't know of any at this point, and the reason for that, going back many years, and I've been working around 40 years in this area. It was possible to do that when we did not have children with very complicated health needs, but at this time, there probably aren't very many schools in Connecticut that don't have children who are diabetic, who wear insulin pumps, who have to interact with a nurse in order to make adjustments to the pump on a several times a day basis, children who receive tube feedings. These are the kinds of things that require, the next law that oversees this would be that you can't assign some of those duties to paraprofessionals, for instance, or even to licensed practical nurses. So then that moves a school district to need to have a nurse in a school for a particular reason. And I don't know off the top of my head all of those specialties here in Groton. We certainly could provide that, but they are numerous. There are devices that are used for children who have frequent seizures, that when they have the seizure, they need this particular device used. Some children who need rectal suppositories. These are things that can't be passed on to anyone else.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Zepari?
Are all of your nurses trained in how to make adjustments to insulin pumps?
Yes, sir.
And they're all trained in how to make adjustments to the instruments that are used to control seizures?
They're trained initially, and then if a child, because those children aren't in every single school, but then we retrain and update people as necessary. In the diabetic world, there seem to be changes going on quite frequently.
Right. How do you identify the children that are likely to need a nurse with that kind of training?
I'm not sure I understand your question,
Well,
but
a child is coming to school and they register for school. Do they have to register that they have an insulin pump and the brand
Yes, sir.
and the type of insulin pump they have?
yes, the parent needs to inform the school system that they have a particular.
Is that something that's in the works, or is it just something they need to do because they know they need to do it? Is there something that automatically questions whether or not this child has a particular type of pump?
Oh, that would be something under the Board of Education's intake of a student. I don't know that answer. I know that the initial entrance of a student, there's a lot of information that's taken, and I believe that is where a parent is asked for any information about their student. The other thing is a brand new student entering also has to present a physical exam from a physician or a practitioner in order to enter the school. So let's say they're moving from out of state. So that would be the other place that the nurse would review those. And the nurse reviews them, hopefully gets a hold of them and reviews them prior to the student actually coming to school.
Yeah, an adjustment to an insulin pump would only occur when the child either becomes hypoglycemic, but not enough sugar, or hyperglycemic.
Correct.
So are they doing blood tests for sugar levels on these kids when they come in?
There are some children that will have finger stick blood tests several times a day. And yes, depending on the age of the child, the nurse might actually be the one doing it. Sometimes when the children reach middle school, high school, they're independent in doing that, but also do that the blood testing in the presence of the nurse.
So
then they will either calculate Are there more carbs that the child should eat, or does there need to be an adjustment to the insulin pump? It's pretty involved.
Yeah, it sounds like it, but the kids are coming in regularly, get their sugar tested, their blood tested, is that right?
Yes, yes.
And if they're wearing a pump, the pump monitors the blood sugar, and it will send off a warning, and then the kid would know to go to the nurse to monitor it in that case as well. Counselor Parker?
Just the school process, I know when they have to re-register for school, they have to contact the nurse's office, especially if they're carrying medication.
That's correct.
They have to fill out forms and get the doctor's notes to clear them to have it at the school. So it's a coordination between the doctor's office, the school, and the parent with the student, so they have a firm plan in place, correct?
Exactly, and that's for administration of medications. It can be administration of, some other treatment that might happen. That communication has to be present in the schools. That's also occupies a good bit of the time of the nurses, just making sure that all of those forms come in. Children who have asthma, we try to coordinate with the physician to have a plan for how should that individual child be treated should they have an asthma attack during the school day, because some children, there'll be a different arrangement for how they're treated.
I didn't know if that helped Council Saperi. Did that help? You asked a previous question about how do they know?
Oh, no, I was just trying to evaluate the level of treatment they're getting.
Sure.
And I'm satisfied. I was satisfied before your questions.
Counselor Schmidt?
Oh, I realize how vital this service is to the school system, but I'm wondering, why is it under town operations rather than the school budget?
I don't know the history on it, other than if it was put in a school budget, it would affect MBR, so I'm not sure we'd want to move it to the school.
Then, in other words, when a grant might be more than they had anticipated, it can be used against costs like this that the town incurs. I think there was a grant that was somewhat higher than they had anticipated for the school budget, and they made quite a fuss about the fact that it went into the town fund, but actually we're spending it on the school anyway.
Right.
Are there any other questions on the school nurse line item? Okay, seeing none, we will vote on 10541 VNA School Health in the amount of $1,081,278. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. And we have, I'm not sure where we are, Counselor Aubrey perhaps? 10542 VNA Health Promo, please.
Let's see, just 1 second. I move the amount of $33,824.
Second.
Moved by Aubrey and seconded by Heed. Would you like to speak to this?
We also aren't suggesting any change to this program. We're tracking through the current year pretty much the amount needed to provide the services that we have, most of them in the senior center for clinics, blood pressure clinics for seniors, some health education. And then the majority of this particular request is for indigent care for folks who reside in Groton. That's been coming down over many years because we have been, as an agency, able to seek funds. We're a United Way organization, so monies that we get from the United Way also come into town to care for people who might not have any insurance or have inadequate insurance and need to be cared for at home. Also, when Medicaid expanded in the state, there were fewer people needing to use this. This is a fund of last resort at our agency. We look for all other grant funds, United Way, any other way that we can assist with people in town before we utilize the grant. And that's why if you look at halfway through the year, we might not have spent half the funds yet, but we wait to try to get funds from a number of places, including helping people understand that they can perhaps apply for Medicaid or other places in order to care for themselves.
So how would people come to know about your service? Is this something that our Human Services Department would refer people to?
Certainly,
you?
we work closely with Human Services, with the staff at the Senior Center. People also can be referred by their physicians to say that they are concerned about their ability to function at home on their own. Could we go out and do an assessment and see if perhaps having an aide coming in once a week to help them with a shower would be something that could keep them healthier.
Any questions? Seeing none, we will vote on 10542 VNA Health Promo, the amount of $33,824. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So that takes us to 10543 Groton Ambulance. Counselor Atwater?
I have a procedural question. If I
Yes.
make the motion, does that preclude me from making an amended motion?
No. I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Then I move the amount for 10543 of $39,732.
Moved by Atwater. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Franco. The amount that you moved was the amount of the manager, the 39,732, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. We're still morning. Would you like to introduce yourselves, please?
Thank you. My name is Chet Kinnicky. I'm the president of Groton Ambulance Association. Along with me is Brian Kiley, who is my vice president. We'd like to request that the amount of our original request be reinstated to $52,976, which is a 0% increase from last year. Over the last year, we've made great strides and improvements in not only our service that we provide to the town residents and guests of Groton. We've increased our staffing levels by not only improving our full-time staff, but we've also increased our volunteer hours, which is kind of amazing considering volunteerism is down all across the nation. The year prior, we had approximately 400 to 500 volunteer hours people put in our organization. We just had an audit performed, and that number for 2018 is up to 2,400. So we've increased it. We've also have now 2 full crews on 24/7, 365 days for the town of Groton and its visitors. We've responded to well over 5,500 calls last year. So far this year, we've received more requests for mutual aid than we've had to have come in to the town of Groton. We've worked with the town manager extensively on improvements to our building. We invite any of you to come down and tour the facility and see the improvements that we've made and that the town have made. We have, we've also cut our budget in certain areas, which has helped us because of the fact that our non-reimbursed calls have gone up substantially. In 2018, we had sent out to collections over $330,000, of which we were estimated to get back about $57,000. What we actually received was a little over $19,000. We have increased our offerings to the town. We now do child safety car seat checks by certified individuals that we have paid to go to training. We do Stop the Bleed campaigns. We also do blood pressure clinics, and we are in the process of having CPR instructors that we provide for the residents. We have changed our policies on standbys. We used to charge for standbys to the Board of Ed for football or for other town events. We no longer charge. the people that are running the events understand that if there is another emergency somewhere that we might have to break off, and if they do want the ambulance committed there, then there might be a slight fee. We usually waive that for outside town agencies that are nonprofit like ourselves. We have come a long way since I sat before you last year, but we still have a long way to go. We have an aging fleet that we are remounting rather than buying new ambulances. A new ambulance costs anywhere from $280,000 to $290,000. We just remounted one of them, which will be delivered hopefully at the end of this week. It was $105,000, I think. So our fleet, although the chassis portion is subject to the road salts and the wear and tear on the vehicle from going from 0 miles an hour to 60 miles an hour because it's an emergency, we have found ways to cut our spending. We have cut our spending significantly, and we feel that if we would like to work with the town like we have, we also have a lease for our building. So we are officially a tenant, I guess you could say. Do you have anything else that you would like to add? Okay. So.
Counselor Heed.
May not be able to answer the question, but it's confusing to me that with increased insurance coverage around the state that you're having such a low recovery rate on your bills.
I am not a billing expert by any means. We contract a company to do that. I asked for some data and I don't know why. I can't tell you exactly why it went up. All I can tell you is that it did go up substantially. We have asked our billing company to give us a breakdown of non-payers. We also have a significant amount of increase of slip and falls, people that are not transported, that is not billable for us. So if somebody needs help getting into bed or they've fallen, going to the bathroom in the middle of the night, we will go and provide that assistance to them. We will pick them up, and that is a non-billable call. A majority of those calls are actually in the Groton Housing Authority. So that's one of the other reasons that we seek money from the town to offset those costs. One of our main is Pequot Village, Pequannock Village, Grass Oak Gardens. Those alone are over 300 calls for non-billable instances.
All right, thank you, sir.
Counselor Atwater and then Overy.
Excuse me, I would like to make a second motion. I would like to move the figure of $52,976.
Second.
Can you repeat that, please?
$52,976.
That was moved by Atwater and seconded by Schmidt. Franco, who seconded, I'm sorry?
Schmidt.
Schmidt. And did you want to speak to your rationale?
I guess I'm speaking to all of the next items that we have to cover. There seems to have been quite a contentious issue over the outside agencies, and I personally feel that we should, excuse me, we should fund the level of 2019 this year with the understanding that a task force or a study or whatever you want to call it be done over the next year to deal with this issue. Because I remember being a new counselor last year, there was quite a discussion over outside agencies. Again, this year it's come up and so forth. And I guess I'd like to see something done that would sort of take care of this and put it to rest, whether they become part of the town or whether they're totally unfunded, whatever. But I think for this year, to give everybody a heads up, we should at least fund last year's numbers. And that's the reason for my motion.
Counselor Overy and then Zafari.
I'm just wondering who you use for your collections.
The company is called Quick Med Claims in Rocky Hill, Connecticut.
You think maybe you ought to be looking to somebody else that has a better percentage back to you?
They do a great job. Those are the numbers just for that go to collection. So they do actually do a good job for us when it comes to Medicare, Medicaid, private insurances. These are the ones that don't have that we have to send to collections. I don't know why the increase has gone up for uninsured, I guess you would say, people, but it has, and it's alarming to us, but we have them looking into it. The other thing is that contract is one of the ones that we are looking at to improve on. We had so many other things going on with some of the other changes that we've highlighted that we just can't get to everything. We're both volunteers. We don't do this full time. So it is out on our radar, but we wanted to concentrate on our immediate service to the town, which was increasing the staffing and the coverage that we provide. And we felt that that was more of a priority for us. And we were still receiving money, and they were doing everything that we were asking them to. So in the future, we will look to renegotiate that. But our main intent was service and putting the ambulances out there to assist people.
When you do go to collections, who does that part of it for you?
There's a company called Kason that handles all of our collections. And one of the improvements that we've actually seen over the past 3 months of this year is they started being able to take credit card payments. So our returns have gone up a little bit since then. I guess if you make it easier for the people to pay, then they're more likely to pay.
Great.
But that was one of the main improvements that we've seen so far that we've made in the past 3 months of this year so far.
You might want to sit down with the tax collector in Groton. She does a hell of a job.
Unfortunately, we can't restrict people from registering their vehicles. If they
I know, but she might have a few pointers for you.
Councilor Zephyr.
I have a couple of things, if you don't mind. First, I just wanted, there's another ambulance company in Groton, and what's that? Mystic.
Mystic River Ambulance, yes.
Mystic River. And they do not look for any support from us. Why is it that they can run an ambulance company without town support, and you can't?
They do seek,
I
they do
wouldn't.
seek assistance from the town. Mystic River Ambulance is
They're
our
on the
list.
schedule in a couple of people after us.
Yeah, well, they look for a lot less, pardon me.
They are also subsidized by town of Stonington as well. So they are subsidized by Groton and Stonington.
The second thing I wanted to bring out is that I have personally been involved. I've gotten a ride with you guys. And I am prejudiced because of that ride, because the people that took care of me were so professional and so capable and did such a good job taking care of me. So I'm inclined to give you what you want.
I'm sorry that you had to use our service, but I'm glad that you enjoyed it. But that's one of the main changes that we've enacted since we've taken over is a sense of pride and professionalism. It takes a very special person to ride in the back of an ambulance with a patient who's at their worst in their life.
I just wish you'd do something about the springs on those things.
We actually have. The problem is the state mandates us to carry so much equipment that it has to be on a heavy-duty chassis, and not really in Groton, but the roads aren't that great in southeastern Connecticut.
Well, I did come over after one ride and thanked you, and I had a second ride, and I didn't come by to thank you, but I will officially now thank you for really very good service.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
I have a quick question on page 86, please. And we're looking at the 400 account or function, if you will. 423 billing agent fees, $137,719.08. How is that figure arrived at? Is that a flat fee that you pay to, what is the company? QuickMed, or is that calculated per call, or?
That is calculated per call, and that's the estimate of which percentage we are going to get from QuickMed claims. So they charge us a percentage rate, and they have estimated, looking at the past 5 to 6 years of our billing and our call volume, and they come up with that as an estimate.
Okay,
And our call volume actually has increased every year steadily, and our calls for service and transports have increased. What's been decreasing is our missed calls and mutual aid requests. So we're very proud of that.
Very good, thank you. Counselor Schmidt had her hand up.
Oh, I just wanted to say that 4 years ago, I had the misfortune of having to use the ambulance service, and as Counselor Perry said, they were very professional, very prompt, and I want to commend you on that. It was a difficult time, and they were very, very good, I thought.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have, I'm sorry, Counselor Ober.
Just one quick question. Who oversees you?
We have a board of directors that oversees us, and we have myself and Vice President Kiley who run the organization.
Okay, so there's nobody on the state level?
We have the OEMS, which is the Office of Emergency Medical Service. They are our licensing body, and we have to submit copies of all of our certifications, copy of all of our insurance, all of our individuals' driver's license numbers, background checks, everything like that every year, and it's very extensive what they do just to clear us to have a license to operate. And part of that is our budget, so we are definitely well supervised with the state.
Thank you.
Counselor Heed.
On page 85, in Appendix A, line 111, overtime doubles in the next year. It goes from 70,000 to 148,000.
Yes, I did not, I don't know if you were here last year, I think you were, I didn't prepare the 18-19 budget. That was the president prior to me, and we actually use that money or that number because of what we've actually seen. It's more of an accurate representation. With also the change in our shifts where we have 2 ambulances 24/7, whereas before we had 1, sometimes 2, a lot of that is covered by overtime just because of scheduling purposes. So that is, we've increased that as a more accurate. If you notice above that, the wages actually dropped, even though we give a 2% COLA raise to all of our employees. So it's evened out a little bit. And if you also notice, there's other places where it dropped because of like health insurance. We found different vendors for that. We found different different programs that we can use to save money and still provide a good work environment for our employees to keep them happy and professional like that.
Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so we have 2 numbers on the floor. We have the main motion and we have the first amended motion. And we will be voting on the first amended motion first. This is Councilor Atwater's number for 10543 Groton Ambulance. We will vote on $52,976. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention. So moved unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's done. So the next account is 10545 Service Agencies.
And I
And
will move the
Ms.
figure in the book for service agencies, account 10545, and that would be 49,596, and I will be moving another number.
Second.
Moved by Schmidt and seconded by Heed. Before we start, I just wanted to direct everybody to page 22 in Appendix A. I didn't know if Mr. Burt wanted to address just how this works as far as people requesting and then how the numbers are arrived at. Could you give a brief overview for the public, please?
Sure. We solicit, of course, the requests every year. We send a letter, reminder that now's the time to submit your request, give a deadline for it. Once those are received, there's an internal committee that reviews those, chaired by the Human Services Director, that planning has a person on it, several others, police have a person on it. They review, and then if they make a recommendation, which you'll see in that column that says recommended by committee, FYE 2020. As I discussed through my budget process, I was tasked, or during my budget presentation, I was tasked to look for areas to potentially cut, at least for discussion purposes. I cut those numbers by 10%, other than Children First Groton, I zeroed out just because it hadn't been funded this current year, and I'm trying not to see expansion of expenditures to new agencies. So, did I explain it?
And then the other thing is we received communication from TVCCA. They have something else going on today, and they send their apologies that they can't be with us to speak to their budget.
A big annual event.
Right, right, a pre-scheduled event. So also on pages 22 through 24 are the rationale for the decisions that were made by the committee, by the internal committee. So you could look at each one if you needed to figure out the rationale for the amount that was approved by that said committee. Okay, Councilor Schmidt moved the original motion, and I know you said you had
Another figure, I'm going to move the figure of 57,607.
one more time, please. 57
607.
607, and this is for 10545. That's moved by Schmidt. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Franco. And did you want to speak to your adjustment?
Well, I think it's basically the same as Councilor Atwater very well put everything, that these people were not anticipating such an extreme cut of 25%. And I think that the fair thing to do is take this other one, which is still a cut, but it would give them a chance to absorb that and to work toward somehow maintaining their services at a lower level for requesting of funds in the following year.
And I would like to make a second amended figure for 10545 of $62,607.
Say it one more time.
$62,607. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Aubrey. The reason for the second amendment is because I am adding in $5,000 for the Eastern Connecticut Symphony. This is the money that pays for the Young People's Concert in Groton Public Schools, and it also pays for artists to come into our elementary schools from the Eastern Connecticut Symphony, and they go in and they do regular programming with our kids. And I think if we're going to have an arts magnet school, I think we should have some symphony there. So that's my rationale.
Can we go through the three numbers again, please?
Certainly. So the main motion is 49,596, moved by Schmidt and seconded by Heed. The first amendment motion,
No, I'm sorry, she didn't pass the town manager's one. She passed the 57. Oh, I'm sorry, the very first one. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry.
so, wait, maybe I wrote it down wrong, let me look. No, 49,596. First amended motion is 57,607. That was Councilor Schmidt's number, correct?
Correct.
And then my amendment, the second amended figure, is 62,607, which takes Councilor Schmidt's number and adds a 5,000 for this Young People's Concert. So that's all we can have on the floor at one time. And the way we will be voting this is second amended first. If that fails, first amended. If that fails, main motion. So do we have discussion on these numbers? Councilor Atwater?
A procedural question. The committee recommended certain numbers, and if we increase, I assume that it would be proportionate to those numbers. How do you propose specifying that your increase of 5,000 goes directly to the symphony and not be allocated amongst, since we're voting on the whole services account or services agency?
I think in years past, when the council has stated their wishes for the record publicly.
We'll do it as what's requested.
That's why I specifically said it's for this number and why Councilor Schmidt gave her rationale.
Then I guess I would, I don't know what the number is, but if we're going with the recommended committee numbers, which are all a little less than what was requested, then I would like to see the number for the Eastern Connecticut Symphony be appropriated the same, meaning not the 5,000, but whatever, if it's 10% or 2%, or I don't know what the number is, but you'd have to, I guess, figure out what.
Yes. So in order for you to do that, we're going to have a number fail, and then at that point, you can come back with a second amendment number. Does that make sense? Because we can only have 3 motions on the floor. So in order for you to do that.
I'm not really.
I understand what you're saying, but you can't make another amendment at this point.
I wasn't really thinking of making an amendment as much as I was expressing my concern, as you have done, in where you want the money to go for this particular motion. I mean, I'm not sure I see the difference, but
May I?
You may.
I think the difference between the 2019 approved to the recommended approved, there's only a difference of the community health center was taken and zeroed out, and the Children First grant was added in, and the symphony was zeroed out. That's where they received the decrease. It wasn't actually a 10% or a percentage, or the UCF was actually zeroed out.
but if you look at.
They weren't actually percentages if you look at who did get funded.
But I guess what I'm saying is, if you look at the London Homeless Hospitality Center requested 7,500, and the committee recommended 7,125.
But I thought we were going from the 2019 to the recommended.
So,
Well, no,
Mr. Burt,
I
did
was-
you want to address how you arrived at the numbers for, how the committee arrived at their numbers?
I think they mostly just tried to hold steady with what was allocated this year.
And then you took,
And then I took what they recommended and cut by 10%.
Well, if you look, I mean, in 2019, the number was 68,657. Contra Schmidt's motion, second motion, I guess, was 57,607. So that's more than just eliminating community health or adding Children First Groton. I mean, if you go down the numbers, it looks like all of them, except maybe Always Home, has been reduced.
Most of them remain the same. It really is by different, just main change. Most of these are exactly as they are approved for 19. The difference is that CHC, they didn't request this year, so that's zeroed out. So that's 4750 of the difference there. The next 3 are identical to the current, but you got to approve. You got to compare the first and third columns. Approved 19 versus the committee recommendation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the requested.
Yeah, we're looking at the numbers based on the committee recommendation, which they just tried to hold the numbers steady. With those ones that just didn't reapply this year, and then the addition of Children First Groton. But the individual numbers that they did recommend funding for remained the same from 19 to this year.
Councilor Heed had a question?
Well, I'll be supporting the first amended number 57,607, but I'd like to know, how does the committee determine those numbers?
Right. If you read they go through each one, they think about what other what other agencies might be providing the same services. I think if you read their memo, kind of covers what they're doing. And it gives the general philosophy at the beginning there. See?
That's on page 22 through
Right.
24 of
And
Appendix A.
Right. You see in the criteria, they look, are they unduplicated services? Are they considered essential? And, services impact a significant number of Groton residents. Let's see. Are the funding requests on par with what those agencies made the request to for other municipalities? That type of thing. So it's just general budgeting philosophy.
Councilor Franco?
I also would support the recommended by committee, although I would like to take out the Children's First Groton if these fail, as we have a community police officer who will be doing a lot of work with the children, and I don't think, if you look on page 23 in Appendix A, it states they're working on bullying and town police and working in schools, and I think that that's being funded already this year as well. So that's where I stand.
Do we want to hear from, all right, we'll let the counselor speak first. So Counselor Aubry and then Zepari.
Well, I was just going to say, is there somebody here to speak
Yeah,
to
that's
some
what
of these?
I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
I think I see someone from Symphony. Is there someone here from Child First Groton? If you would come up, please, and just introduce yourself. Is that Mr. Bailey? If you'd like to come up. Mr. Trejo. Since these seem to be the more contentious items. You can, you may come up also. And then just tell us who you are when you sit down, and then you could tell us about why, advocate for your position.
Caleb Bailey, I'm the Executive Director of the Eastern Connecticut Symphony.
Okay, would you like to talk about your particular item?
Sure. So the request from the Symphony is for $5,000 to send the Groton 3 through 5 grade students in all the public schools to our Young People's Concerts. And this came about because in the 17-18 year, it was very difficult for the schools to budget any field trips whatsoever. So that's when I came to the RTM and to discuss this request, and it was approved at that point. So we were able to send 800 children to our venue, as well as providing year-long curriculum support. As you know, music education is very important, and it's also on the decline. So I appreciate your consideration of our request, because not only does it help people just become inspired and see a different side of life, but it also actually has outcomes in higher education, increasing percentages there, as well as civic support and just providing more stable citizenry. So I think it has a lot of impact in our region, and I appreciate you considering the request. That said, 5,000 is kind of what we need to send all of the kids, and we would have to look at picking and choosing if we were to have an amended amount, but any partial support is still able to help fund something. So amended numbers are also would be able to help the project.
And I just wanted to, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Director Landy, this did not just start in 17-18. We've been doing this for years, that the town has been contributing to the Eastern Connecticut Symphony for the benefit of Groton school children. I remember Mrs. Maish coming to our meetings at the RTM year after year, and Ms. Tillman coming to those meetings, and
Right.
it goes well back before 17-18. So this is something that we have, Groton has done in the past, so I would hope we would continue that. I don't know who else would like to speak. Oh, Councilor Schmidt, I'm sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to ask a question before it moves on. Would that funding from the town of Groton go specifically to the children of Groton, or would it be mingled and would be something that would be applied generally to young people throughout the region?
So the overall cost of the program for us to do this is about $35,000.
Right.
So the $5,000 actually is the participation fee that's required from students in order to fund the concert. So in addition to these funds, we also get pretty generous grants from the City of New London as well as the City of Norwich. So this is basically the support that we get from Groton in order to be able to do the program. But then we also get funding from the Community Foundation, which just goes into general operating expense of running the program. But to answer your question, it essentially just grants access to any 3rd through 5th grade student in the public schools of Groton, and then they're able to come through that. It covers their participation fee.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Carice. I'm one of the co-chairs of Children First Groton, and this is Kevin Trejo. He's the other co-chair. Thank you for letting us come and talk to you today. Children First Groton is a town-wide initiative that is working on helping families and children be safe, healthy, successful learners connected to a strong family that values diversity. We've been in operation for 20 years, and we haven't in the past needed to come for funding requests because we did have a large outside funder, the Graustein Memorial Fund, was doing an initiative statewide, which they ended 2 years ago. And in that time, we were able to find some small grants to sustain portions of our work. We come today because we do a lot of work across Groton. I don't think that is very visible to everyone, though some of you actually have participated in our meetings and our townwide evening events and so are aware. We do have partners with Groton Public Schools, city and town officials, and Parks and Recs departments, libraries. We have businesses, we have childcare providers, nonprofits. We're quite a large grassroots organization that collaborates together with all volunteers. And so our funding costs have been lower in the past when we had the grant from Graustein. When that grant ended, we sustained most of our initiatives. So some of those include the Groton Go Pass initiative that gets children out into the community all summer safely with their families, doing things that will help with the summer learning lag and the reading loss that can occur. We do free book giveaways for education programs. We work with the police department, so someone mentioned the police department. So we provide helmets and car seats to both the city and town police departments, have in the past, so that they have those to give away free when they do a car seat inspection and they find that one is not acceptable. They have some of those. We have work with DCF to do the Groton Rocks program in Groton Public Schools, where we recognize our children's kindness and safety. So we go in and recognize 10 to 15 students every year in each of the elementary schools for kids that have gone above and beyond what that normal kind of activity to be supportive to their fellow classmates. They're kids that might be really working on anti-bullying or helping kids that are being excluded to become included in groupings. They're helping with mental health. The police departments, the military, we often invite the mayors, if they are available, to come to those. It gives children a chance to proactively work on their own school environment and improve what's happening there for mental health. So there are many things that we do. We work with farmers markets to support those, especially in the city of Groton. We do them across the town. So we have 5 neighborhood groups. There's not just one portion of the town that we're working in. We have residents that represent their neighborhoods and talk about what they'd like to see done for safety, health, education, mental health, and we try to help everyone to implement that. So a lot of what we're doing is probably about what we would estimate to still be about $40,000 worth of free work into Groton, because that's what our fund used to be, for about $8,000 to $10,000 of grants that we've been writing. So our volunteer effort has been great. Unfortunately, Kevin and I have both been in the group for a long time. I've been there 20 years. I can't expect that I'm going to be there forever and that all these great volunteers are going to be there forever. We've had to hire in someone to do some part-time administrative work because we need to administrate all of these great programs or they're going to fall apart. Many of our partners have been stressed financially. They can't necessarily do more to support this administrative portion. So a big part of what we're looking for is to be able to sustain all of these initiatives townwide that we've been doing for the last 20 years so that we can continue to help Groton thrive.
Thank you. Betty Smith, Interim Executive Director for Always Home, formerly MASH, Mystic Area Shelter and Hospitality. And I want to thank you for the town's past support of Always Home. And for your consideration for this year. Excuse me, Always Home's mission is preventing family homelessness. And in our last fiscal year, we worked with and supplied services to 43 Groton families, specifically in Groton. But please keep in mind that there were 127 family members and 73 minor children. So our niche is that we work with families with minor children, not singles, et cetera. Those are for other agencies. And the money, I just wanted to clarify one comment that was made earlier, and the comment was made that Always Home was not cut in this budget, but in fact, it received the same 10% cut as many of the other agencies did in the town manager's version. So it went from 4750 request down to 4275, I believe it was. So I just wanted to clarify that we are very, very appreciative. The money goes to the somebody's question earlier. The monies are not a restricted grant specifically for Groton families, but the money that we've gotten from the town in the past only represents about 8% of the funding that we actually went, the monies that we spent on programs to support Groton families. So it, hopefully that's understandable, that there are monies that come from a number of different sources into Always Home and the programs for the Groton families. The Groton money that we received last year only represented about 8% of what we had to spend on those.
Does the council have questions for any of the people here at the table? Wow, okay. Oh, Councilor Aubrey?
I'm wondering if I should maybe tell you, I'm on the board for this group.
Which group?
Always Home.
Okay.
So just to make that clear, but I will tell you, it's a very hard-working group, and they primarily raise their own money and through events and grants. And their budget is certainly much larger than this, but they really do fill a need that we don't have. We have organizations that can help single people, but we don't really have organizations here that can help the family, right to the point of actually putting them in a home, supplying a car so they can continue to work. A lot of different things that aren't able to be done by other groups. So if anybody doesn't want me to vote, put up your hand.
How long?
Any other questions? Okay, so then the process again is we will vote on the last amendment first and move our way through. Yes.
I was on the list of comments also.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I have served on the Eastern Connecticut Symphony Board, and I have strong feelings about how wonderful it is that we have a classical orchestra right here in River City. But I don't think that the council should be supporting one form of an art over other forms. There are many other forms, and there are probably a lot of rock fans in the town that would prefer their money go to rock. However, this grant that we're giving to the Eastern Connecticut Symphony is not to support the symphony orchestra itself. It's to support an activity of the orchestra that directly benefits our children. And I think we should support that. So I hope everyone is understanding that they're not supporting a particular religion. They're supporting a benefit to our kids in this, and I hope we all vote to support Patrice's motion.
Okay, so we are at 10545, and we will move, I'll call for a vote on the second amendment if that fails, first amendment if that fails, main motion. Okay, so everybody's comfortable with the process. So the first amended figure is 62,000, or second amended figure, I'm sorry, is $62,607. All those in favor, raise your hand. Aubrey, Atwater, Zepari, Granatowski. Opposed, raise your hand. Parker, Franco, Heed, Schmidt. And 0 abstention. So that motion fails because it's tied. So now we have the room for another amended figure on the floor, or we can go back to the first amended figure.
Can I put a note up?
Yes, you may. Second amended figure?
Yes. $60,107.
One more time, please.
$60,107.
Moved by Parker, I'll second for discussion purposes, seconded by Granatowski. And would you like to provide your rationale?
I cut that $5,000 amount to half, so at least we're providing something to the Eastern Connecticut Symphony, and still kept in Children First Groton.
Okay, so, all right, I understand. So is everyone clear on what the second amendment does? Any discussion on the second amended figure? Seeing none, we'll call for, I'm sorry, Councilor Zepari.
Question for you. If you receive half of the $5,000 that you need to put the orchestra into the Groton school system, what will that do to the program about for the Groton kids?
It essentially just reduces the amount of Groton Public School students that can participate by half. So instead of 800 children who can come to the event, it'll be more like 400. So we would work with the music teachers to determine, is that 3rd and 4th grade, is that 4th and 5th grade, but it definitely won't be all 3 grades. So we'll have to figure that out should this motion pass. But we of course would advocate for the higher number because we think it's really important for children, but I certainly understand your positions and the difficult decisions you're making, but it will reduce the amount of participants by half. That's what it will do.
Councilor Aubry?
Everybody that's here that we're talking about, were they all invited to participate this morning?
I believe so.
So we have some people that didn't even come to support their number.
Yes, but as I said, we have TVCCA sent a very nice letter explaining
Right,
why they couldn't
okay.
be here.
But we have others that are not here, correct?
I'm not sure. There are faces I don't recognize, so I'm not sure. There are a couple of people raising their hands. If you'd like to come up and just tell us who you are, please. We'll have to lend a microphone so it can be captured for the audience at home.
I wasn't clear on the process because you just sort of stated certain agencies, so I didn't come up at that time. But my name is Margaret Susoff. I'm from Safe Futures. I am the Director of Grants and Compliance there. And we have received town funding from Groton for many, many years, actually. And we do appreciate all the support we've gotten. I know that in the budget we were recommended flat funding from last year, and we would support that, the 9,500. We hope that that would be passed for us. For people who don't know Safe Futures, we do serve people with domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and trafficking. And in Groton, we serve actually overall about 6,500 people a year. And from that, about 3,600 are new. And of that 3,600 that are new, about 12% are from Groton. We have counseling and other support. We have 2 counseling offices, one in Norwich, one in New London. We have an emergency domestic violence shelter that's in a confidential location in New London County. And last year, actually, 6 people from Groton did use our services at the shelter. We also have a program with all police departments throughout New London County. This program is called the Lethality Assessment Program. It started in 2012 as a pilot, and Groton Police were part of that pilot. The police, this is a service that they don't receive money for. It's strictly voluntary. We do have an MOU with them, and we have a dedicated phone line at Safe Futures that's available 24/7, 365 days a year for them. And when they're at a scene of an intimate partner incident, they can call this hotline directly. They do an assessment on the situation, and they see if that victim is in danger of being murdered. Really, that's what it is, lethality assessment. And last year, actually, from LAP, I did write this down because I can't remember all these numbers, but we did have, actually last year, Groton Police did 83 screens, and they called in 53 that they deemed were high danger, and 30 of those then went to services right away. We don't know the number of people then call us for services after that incident, but some do that aren't in that 30. So you can see the importance of our services to Groton, and we hope that you would vote on that. I think that 9,500 would be within the, now I'm confused on the motions, but I think it's in either of those motions. So thank you very much.
Could I ask a question?
Of Safe Futures, yes.
Yes. Do you handle young children that have sexual assault?
Yes, yes, we do. There is another agency, which is the Sexual Assault Crisis Center of Eastern Connecticut. Okay. Yes, but we do at times as well. But they are the, we're certified for domestic violence, and we also serve.
Excuse me,
sexual
I'm
assault,
sorry.
and we work
Could you
with
still
them.
use the microphone?
Oh, sorry. I'm sort of talking over you, I'm sorry. But we do work together. serving victims of sexual assault and domestic violence. Yep.
Young children.
Yes.
So I'm Chelsea Turner. I'm from the Sexual Assault Crisis Center of Eastern Connecticut. I'm a crisis counselor and advocate. Unfortunately, our executive director had a family event that she needed to be at today. So to speak to the children, so we operate in a 41-town catchment area, so we have a wide range of towns that we do serve, but Groton is one of the largest population centers that we serve. So annually we serve 883 people. Last year, 60 of them were in Groton. Particularly with children, that's 34% of our population we serve for child sexual abuse cases. So last year that was 301 children. How we serve them, we have the contract to the child advocacy centers in the area. So we operate and manage a child advocacy center, which is basically a center that facilitates all a multidisciplinary team approach to child sexual abuse cases. It gathers law enforcement, DCF, various counseling agencies that may be involved, sometimes a naval base, as well as advocates that specialize in addressing a family's need during child sexual abuse. And what occurs there is essentially a police interview, but when you think of a police interviewing a child, that's not the best research evidence-based practice. So we contract out with forensic interviewers who are specially trained to speak to children based on extensive research dating back decades to ensure the disclosures, the better disclosure rates of child sexual abuse. Child advocacy centers are critical to addressing the issue of child sexual abuse because research has indicated that it results in much higher prosecution rates of those who are offenders of children. Additionally, it establishes a connection with behavioral assessments of the child to determine what their needs after the determination that there has been an incident of abuse have occurred. So our agency does provide these children free confidential counseling. We don't have a wait list. So in speaking to children, that's what we do. In addition to serving children, we operate a 24-hour hotline as well. We partner with the hospitals within our catchment area. For Groton particularly, that would be L&M. So when an individual goes into an emergency room reporting a sexual assault, we are contacted every single time, barring that the individual is in a stable condition. So obviously if the person's been the victim of domestic violence and has other injuries that need treated, they're not going to go ahead and move forward with the forensic examination process. So last week alone, I went to 4 sexual assault kits down at the hospital. The reason I mention that is because nurses that are ER nurses can't be trained in everything. Not a single nurse I worked with last week had done a kit within 12 years. So annually, I probably do about 40, so I go through and know all the steps, and the nurses also discuss it with me as to what they should be doing, as well as I provide emotional support to the individual. I discuss with them what their options are. A person who goes into the hospital might choose not to do a criminal justice part and explain to them what that would look like if they don't. They can be anonymous. So it's critical that we're involved in that process for victims of sexual violence. With children, every hospital in our catchment area has different policies, but traditionally, if a 4 or 5-year-old comes into an emergency department reporting a sexual assault, in the past they would have been directed to CCM or Yale New Haven, but we actually have created partnerships with a doctor at Pequot Health Center who does provide child forensic medical exams for the children in Groton particularly that are affected by sexual abuse, which is critical that so a family doesn't have to necessarily haul down to New Haven or Hartford, that the time lapse in terms of evidence collection on the child will have better outcomes if they're just going down the street. So those are just some ways in which we address child sexual abuse.
You watch Special Victims?
I'm sorry, SVU?
Yeah.
No, I get enough of it every day because we're 24 hours. So.
Okay, thank you. We have one other speaker.
Hi, Barbara Montrose from the London Homeless Hospitality Center. I would just like to thank all of you for your past support for the Homeless Hospitality Center. We are trying to increase services. We serve over 700 people a year, and Groton is actually right behind New London and Norwich in terms of number of people we serve. So about 8 to 10% of the people we serve are from Groton. And we do much more than offer shelter to people. We help with finding jobs and permanent housing. So the goal is that people will escape homelessness and not return to that situation and not have to utilize city services from New London, Norwich, or Groton. We are a regional shelter. Since the closing of the Norwich, the TVCCA shelter in Norwich, we do serve as the primary shelter for adults. We are not a family shelter. We are adult only, but we are the primary shelter in the region. So we do rely on regional support from towns and appreciate that. So we would like to advocate for the 7,500. We understand budgetary constraints. We'd certainly be grateful for the 7,125 that the committee recommended. And if it has to be cut down even further, we will still be incredibly grateful. But do know we are trying to help a really vulnerable population of people. In the winter months, November to April, we do not turn anyone away. We operate a warming center, which operates out of 2 conference rooms in our admin building so that no person will freeze to death out in the cold. And we are committed to continuing doing that. So we will continue to not turn anyone away during those months and operate best we can. But the quality of services has to be reduced if we're getting a reduction in funding, because our costs do go up every year. So thank you very much. Again, we express our gratitude on behalf of Kathy Zoll, our executive director, and everyone at the Homeless Hospitality Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Zepari.
I don't know how this vote is going to go, but I want you to know, and I think I'm not allowed to speak for the whole council, but I think the sentiment is here. I can't thank you all enough for the services you provide to our community. I know these are independent agencies, but the function that you're providing is so basic and so fundamental for so many people. And as far as music is concerned, I think that's one of the greatest things in our midst for everybody. So I just want to say thank you and congratulations for the work you do.
Thank you. I just wanted to note, if you go back into Section A, again, I'm referring you to pages 22 through 24, rationale for not funding some of the agencies, in particular because services are duplicated by other agencies we are supporting. So that is why the committee chose not to fund particular ones, because we don't refer to them. Groton refers to another agency rather than the agency that is not funded. Okay, so we are at the second amended figure for 10545, and this is $60,107. This is Councilor Parker's number. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Parker, Granatowski, Atwater, Schmidt. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Franco, Heed, Aubry, Zepari. Abstention, 0. That motion fails, as it was 4-0. Councilor Zepari.
I'd like to make another second motion, and that would be for the town manager's recommended amount of $49,596 plus $5,000 for the symphony program in the Groton schools.
Can you do the math, please?
Yes, that comes out to $54,596.
$54,596.
Yes.
Is there a second for Councilor Zepari's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Parker. Okay, so we have, again, 3 motions on the floor. So Councilor Zepari, your rationale again was, what was the rationale again?
I think you gave the rationale most when you opened the first Second Amendment. Now we're at this third Second Amendment, and that motion, that was based on the fact that the symphony provides musicians to come into the schools and contribute to the education of our children in a very important aspect of their education, and that is exposure to music and musical instruments and people who know how to play them. I think they can grow a great deal with this exposure, so I would like to see it continued.
Okay. So everyone understands the rationale for the second amended figure.
And the figure is?
The figure is, Councilor Zepari, correct me if I'm wrong, 54,596.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So a vote on 10545 in the amount of 54,596. Please raise your hand if you are in favor. I'll go with you. Parker, Granatowski, Zepari, all those opposed. Franco, Heed, Aubrey, Atwater, Schmidt, and 0 abstentions. That motion fails 3-5-0. We are back to the first amended figure, which is 57,607. We can have another number?
I'd like to put another number on the floor.
I'm running out of room on my page. Go ahead, second amended figure.
Okay, I want to put in an amended figure of $62,607.
One more time, 62.
We already had that number.
Yeah, that was
We
my
already did?
motion.
Well, then I'll change it by $1. Well,
That's-
no, I won't
that
change
would
it by
be-
$1.
that would be
I
a
know,
frivolous
I know.
motion.
Yes, I know. All right. $62,500.
Is that clean enough, Director Landry, 62.5?
If it passes, we'll see.
Okay.
I'll work with it.
So, Councilor Aubrey, $62,500, moved by Aubrey. Is there a second? I'll second for discussion. Seconded by Granatowski. And what is your rationale for that number?
Well, I'm hoping that we're going to put the money back in for the Eastern Connecticut Symphony. I don't think we should be making choices as to whether the second, third, or the fourth, or whatever we're going to go. They all should be involved in it. I also feel that, as it was stated, we do need to do a study into this. We can't sit here and make a choice to take something out. And especially like, I wish my glasses were working better, I'm getting like Joe. Especially like the Sexual Assault Crisis Center, I feel there has to be some money donated to that. It is so needed, and to not support that is just unhumane. And so I'm hoping that by going with this number of $62,500, which is very little in comparison to what we do with this budget, that we can find it in our hearts to give this money and take care of these people that need help. And I can't stress enough the fact that the Sexual Assault Crisis Center, I don't think ever should have been done, and it has to have our support.
I just want to jump in at this time. And on page 23, the rationale from the committee was the cut was made because Groton does not refer to the Willimantic services provided by SACCEC. Instead, they refer to Safe Futures. So there are, excuse me, there are services provided, but they're provided through Safe Futures according to what the committee has told us.
So,
Excuse me, then you can speak, but she just sat here and gave us statistics for Groton that they're taking care of in this
yeah,
town.
annually in the last year when we served 60 people, the cost of our expenses to Groton was $43,286.40. We've been in existence for 34 years. We've had direct involvement now with the contract with the Child Advocacy Center since 2002. We've been in this area for a long time, and there's been a misunderstanding that we're basically a replication of the Safe Future services, and while sometimes those do overlap, the majority of what we provide is very different, starting with the fact that if a child is sexually abused, they're referred to us. Sometimes it'll involve Safe Futures because sometimes the issues of domestic violence and child sexual abuse overlap, but the majority of the time it begins at our agency and does not involve Safe Futures. Through that process of treating that child through the Child Advocacy Center as well as for child sexual abuse, because we are the individuals that have the certification for sexual assault crisis counseling, whereas theirs is for domestic violence. So there's very different type of counseling models as well as approaches to victims of domestic violence and sexual violence traditionally. So also with the hospitals, we're not going to be responding to a victim of domestic violence. We'll be responding to a victim of sexual violence. So we're the ones contacted when an individual goes into an ER for sexual violence. So I don't see the comparison as to what we're doing. I don't know if you have further questions that I can possibly answer as to why you think it is the same service model.
So I'm basing my information, my vote, on what we were told. And we were told in our book that referrals are made by Groton Human Services and the Groton Town Police Department directly to Safe Futures.
That's not correct. We partner with the Groton Town Police Department as well as DCF refers to us. Not saying if a child is experiencing physical abuse, then they will be referred to Safe Futures, but for sexual abuse, it gets referred to us.
I think because of our lack of knowledge of some of the things that we're discussing here, for us to make cuts is just not doing our job. We need to work on this over the next year so that we fully understand who does what and who refers to who. But we have statistics in front of us of people in Groton being taken care of by this agency. So I would hope some of this money in this amount could be given to that, and I definitely would support. We have schools now that are schools for music, and if we're not doing some of these things, again, we're not doing our job. And it's not a big number. I could see it if we were arguing over $1,062,607, but we're not. This is 62,006. What did I put out?
62.5 is what you put out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think that's what we should be passing.
Councilor Schmidt wanted to speak.
I just have a question. Is that 1,000 for the sexual assault and 3,993 for the Eastern Connecticut Symphony? Or does it include something else?
No, it was...
Those two?
Yeah. I'll raise the difference myself.
So town staff has clarified as to Councilor Obrey's intent with her motion, correct? No? Could you repeat how you would like the extra funding divvied up?
would like some of it to go to, where did we have the zero? No. Her group.
Sexual Assault Crisis Center,
Thank
Eastern
you.
Connecticut.
1,000?
Yeah.
So 1,000.
And I'd like the balance of that number to go to the symphony.
Okay. Well, so we have that then. Your
Is
staff
she going by the town manager's number or the
She moved 62.5.
committee number? Is she basing it off of? She can't say
Right.
1,000 and then the balance goes to the symphony, because then they'd get like 61,500.
Right.
No, I think you were using the recommended by committee column.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
So she's using the recommended by committee column with the difference being allocated the way Councilor Obrey just stated. Councilor Heath.
With the symphony, we're talking about a field trip. We're not talking about programs that happen in Groton schools. Is that correct?
Not exactly. Do you mind passing this?
It's actually both, but go ahead, Mr. Bailey.
So this program that's called Link Up is actually a collaborative effort with Carnegie Hall. They provide a year-long curriculum that we give to the music teachers, and then they use this book to teach tenets of music education. So the children are actually learning how to play recorder, they're learning how to sing, they're learning notation of music, they're also doing dance moves. This is supplementing the curriculum throughout the year, and then it culminates in May with the field trip to the symphony. And what they actually do when they're in the hall is perform from their seats. So the reason that we changed this programming model was that it's more interactive. It gets children involved in a way that's not just passive listening. So for especially students who can't afford an instrument, it gives them all the cognitive benefits, which I'm sure you've all been aware of and that is in my grant report. But it gives all the cognitive benefits of learning an instrument even without having to go out and buy a violin, which can be cost prohibitive to many residents of Groton and in our areas. So it basically provides the model of learning music education and getting the benefits of it at a much lower cost, and which we are still, as I mentioned, covering with the participation fee. So it's both, essentially.
Councilor Franco.
So on page 24, it states here the reason the committee had chosen not to fund the Eastern Connecticut Symphony was, it appears you are well endowed and able to make sufficient grant funding to accomplish its goals.
Well, I mentioned the overall cost of the program, and I won't say lose money. We are a nonprofit, but we aren't fully funded. We chip in with our own funds that come from individual donations from donors all over the area, in addition to applying to the Community Foundation, to the Bowdoin Wine, to the Community Foundation, which handles the Norwich Fund that was formerly the YMCA, or the YWCA, excuse me. So we have many sources that just go into this program alone. Which I think Councilor Zeppieri just mentioned, was that this doesn't fund any of our general operating. Our budget is almost $800,000 a year, and that's primarily going through our musicians. So our admin fees are incredibly low. Most of the money goes to supporting artists or to supporting music education. So this is allocated just to that portion, music education.
I would also like to note that I don't think it's inhumane if we don't want to fund this, because I think in our school system we have a very robust music program in both of, all the way from elementary up to the high school, and it's extremely large and a lot of things going on. And it's not that I don't like the symphony. I'm going by what this states here, and it simply says that they think you're well endowed. And when it comes to the educational part of it, our schools are doing an incredible job, because I have gone to these programs and they really are doing a huge number with music. So I don't think it's inhumane. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on the second amended number, 62,500? Okay, seeing none, do you have further discussion?
No, not really.
This is,
I do, but, you know.
This is 10545 service agencies. We will vote on 62,500. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Parker, Granatowski, Aubry, Schmidt, Zepari. Those opposed? Franco, Heed, Atwater. Abstentions? That motion passes. Thank you very much.
Can I get some coffee?
Okay.
Third to fifth grade. Third to fifth grade.
Yeah. We will take another recess. It is 12:20. We'll recess for 5 minutes.
It's annoying.
Thank you. We're back from recess at 12:40. Councilor Parker had to leave, so we are at 7 councilors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 councilors. And we are still on account 1054. We are on line item 10547, and I believe we're at Councilor Zepari for marine sewage disposal, please.
Oh, my goodness. Did Rita get a turn?
I did. Want me to take 2?
I move the amount of $25,000 for marine sewage.
I think you're reading the wrong one.
Okay, pardon me. 19,980. I gotta borrow Leanne's spread.
19,980 moved by Zepari,
Second.
seconded by Atwater.
I think it should have been 18,000.
Thank you. Hi. Would you like to talk to us about this?
Sure. Pete Chappell, Pete's Marine Service. I run the pump house for the town of Groton. A lot of you guys are familiar with. I don't know if you want to hear the history on the pump out or not, but I can give you a quick rundown. Basically, the town of Groton used to run the pump out program in, I was going back, and I think it was somewhere around 2000, 2001. In 2008 or 9, the town decided that it was one of those services that they would be better off to have somebody else run and contribute money to the program. So that's how we got to where we are today. Back in 2009, that number that you moved, the 25,000 number, was the original number that was asked for. And then the council gave the $19,980, which we've held to that number for 11 years, whatever it's been. So, and how this works is it's a federal money, federally funded. The state gets the money from the federal government. It's 75-25. So 75% of my budget comes from federal, the other 25% I need to get, and it's a reimbursement. So if I don't spend, I have to get 25% of match to their 75%. And it's only reimbursement. It's not, I don't automatically get the money from the state and they write me a check at the beginning of the year. It goes by, I have to show receipts and slips and all of that, so.
And again, there's a letter from Mr. Chappell on page 83 in tab A, explaining that he covers the Mystic River, Thames River, and Fisher's Island Sound. And this is an account that Stonington benefits from, and I believe they chipped in like $1,900 this year.
And we have, I gave Mr. Simmons a letter requesting the same amount that you guys donate to us. And we went to their town meeting several weeks ago, and he cut that to $5,000. The Harbor Commission is very upset about it because they feel that they should be paying equal. But their budget is so small, there's not a lot that they can do. It looks like the Harbor Commission is going to pony up somewhere between $3,000 and $5,000. I don't know what the whole other issue is with the economic, because they do it different than the town does. So, and I'm not familiar with all the committees and how that all works, but I know it has to go to the referendum and all of that. So we'll see what happens. But it looks like they are going to pony up more money, which will be good because last year was a struggle. So hopefully, if they pony up, we'll be okay.
Yeah, I think the Board of Finance has it down to less than $2,000, but then if the other Harbor Commission kicks in, then that'll take it up to $5,000, which is well below what the
So
town
that's
of
more
Groton is
information than I
contributing.
knew. So that's interesting that they cut it down to 2,000. I didn't realize that.
Any other questions or comments? I'm sorry. Councilor Zaper.
It looks like this is a flat line that this is the same figure we've used now since 2017. I don't, and it's the figure recommended by the town manager. I think we should just go ahead and vote this amount.
Any further discussion? Councilor Heath.
I support this number. However, that being said, I wonder if we aren't taking, assuming liability that Stonington, like how would we get Stonington to partner up with us and be a little bit more willing to spend for their half, because I understand that there are more boats on the Stonington side of the river than there are on the Groton side, and then we have Fisher's Island on top of that.
So I do have the numbers. So Town of Groton, so you have to remember that Town of Groton goes all the way up to the subbase. So it's not just the Mystic River.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay? So that's what everybody forgets is they look at Mystic River. We do Mystic River, Groton Long Point, Mumford Cove, Pine Island Bay, and then all the way up the Thames River. So it's a lot more. So the town of Groton is 54%, Stonington is 29%, and Fisher's Island is 17%. Which the numbers of the boats are 2,821 boats in Groton, 1,516 in Stonington, 800 and some in Fisher's Island.
So those numbers are the boats that you service? Because I understood there was a place where the boats could go to on the Thames to do their own pumping out rather than using your services.
There is the Thames River, well, even the Mystic River has some pump stations. But those are numbers that we service. Yeah, it was a total last year of 170,000 gallons that we removed.
Any other questions? Councilor Over.
No, I was just going to say, sweet job.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we will vote on account 10547 marine sewage disposal in the amount of $19,980. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously with 7 councilors present, 7-0-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your dedication and your time.
Thank you. We're on to account 10548, Mystic River Ambulance. Councilor Franco.
Mystic River Ambulance, $18,750.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Franco, seconded by Aubrey. And this is, I have a page number for you. Mystic River Ambulance is on page 89 in tab A. Counselor Franco has a question or comment.
I'd like to make a motion for a new number of $25,000.
Second.
Okay, hold on one second. So you're moving 25,000 even for, it's a first amended 410548, correct?
Yes.
0548, 25,000, and that was seconded by Atwater?
Yes.
Thank you. And would you like to provide rationale?
I'd like to at least give them what they had in 2019, although I know they're asking for a little bit more. I'd like to give them at level service at least.
Great. And would you like to introduce yourself, sir?
Okay, my name is Michael Gilman. I'm the president of the Mystic River Ambulance Association. And for full disclosure, I'm also a Town of Groton employee, full-time.
Thank you. Do we have questions for Mr. Gilman? Counselor Heath.
It's a little discouraging to see you have over $1 million in uncollected debt. You were only able to collect $4,000 of that.
That you have the state rate, which is $726 plus mileage we can bill for, and that's through private insurance. So we charge that anyone that has private insurance. It's set by the state of Connecticut. So whether you're transported by us, Groton, Winstead, Plainfield, we all charge the same. Medicare is half of that, and we can't collect, by regulations, we can't collect the difference between the Medicare rate and the state rate. So 79% of our calls are Medicare transports. So last year in Groton, we wrote off, we didn't even see, we didn't send to collections because we can't, $789,035. And with changes in Medicare coming, we don't know what's going to happen.
Are there other questions for Mr. Gilman? Counselor Aubrey?
It's probably right here in front of me, but what is Stonington contributing this year?
This year, we asked for $50,000 from them, and last year we got $37,500.
Have you been to them this year?
Yes. I was not at the meeting because I had to work, so we'll probably get the same.
And
they were just as surprised about these numbers, the Medicare reimbursement.
How many, do you have the numbers for the calls that were Groton versus Stonington?
We did 1,331 calls in Groton, 1,067 in Stonington. So it's 53% Groton, 43% Stonington, and the other 3.9% are mutual aid to Ledyard, North Stonington.
Is yours primarily a volunteer group, or?
We're paid Monday through Friday, but all 5 a.m. to 6 p.m., but all the other times are volunteer.
And how's your volunteer staff? Pretty good?
We have ups and downs. Right now we're on an up. We actually just, we have a lot of Coast Guard cadets that joined. We partnered with their EMS club. So that gets us volunteers, but it also teaches them leadership and how to react in high stress environments.
That's great. Great.
Counselor Schmidt.
And I think that you have different areas to serve in Groton, although you can cross over if Groton is busy, you can go to that person, that client.
Yeah, we cover from the Mystic River to Flanders Road on the
Right.
Groton side.
Right.
And on the Stonington side, we cover up to Cove Road.
Right.
But we provide mutual aid to Groton just as Groton provides mutual aid to us.
But I also thought you did Groton Long Point
We do.
and Naonk, right?
Mumford Cove.
Mumford Cove, right. So
Is
you
that-
are spread out in Groton.
We also put an addition on our building, and this year we're having, the first time we're using the classroom that we put on, we're having an EMT provider class. If anyone needs their EMT, starts May 8th.
Do you use a service to do your billing as Groton Ambulance does?
We use the same company, Quick
Same
Med
company.
Claims.
Thank you.
And we use the same collection agency, Cason.
they give you a better rate because there's two of you?
They actually charge us less because we have a smaller call volume that we send to collections.
Anything else? Counselor Perry, are you?
Just saying, let's do it.
Let's do it. Well, we have to see if other people would like to speak. All right, so we are on account 10548 for Mystic River Ambulance, and we are looking at 19,009, nope, wrong number.
25,000.
We are at
No, there's a first amended to
25, yes, thank you very much. The first amended motion of $25,000 for 10548. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? So moved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Okay, so we are on to 10549 Mystic Naonk Library. And the spokesperson for the library just delivered some papers to everyone. I think everybody should find them at their seat. We are at Councilor Heed. If you could move a number, please,
I'll
Councilor.
make a motion for the manager's number, $75,000.
Second.
75,000 for 10549, moved by Heed, seconded by Franco. Hello, if you could just introduce yourself.
First amended.
Okay. First amended for 10549. Go ahead.
$115,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Zepari, seconded by Aubrey for 115,000. Hi. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Karen Wall, and I am the director of the Mystic and Naonk Library. I thank you, and I thank
Could
you
you
for
pull the microphone closer, please? It needs to be picked up by
my apologies. I'm never accused of being too quiet. I get shushed in the library. My name is Karen Wall, and I am the director of the Mystic and Naonk Library.
Did you wish to speak to your budget?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for seeing us, and thank you for the donuts. They're delicious. In 2019, the Mystic and Naonk Library is pleased to celebrate our 126th year of continuous library service to the greater Mystic community. As you all heard over and over on March 28th, our library is a magical and special place with deep and broad roots in the community, just as our founder, Elihu Spicer of Naonk, had envisioned. He entrusted a grand gift to the care of the people, and we feel a profound sense of responsibility to maintain this trust. In fiscal 18, we are proud to have provided 54 hours of service weekly, with 3 nights until 9, welcomed over 100,000 visitors, circulated over 58,000 items, 59% to Groton residents, offered over 900 programs, with total attendance of 5,001 for kids, 900 for teens, and 3,500 for adults. Not to mention, we provide meeting space for approximately 864 meetings. Our meeting rooms are always booked. We have weekly outreach technology to Masonic Care, and we collaborate with the Bill Memorial Library on Food for Fines, which supports the Groton Human Services Food Pantry. I just want to point out also that our Assistant Director and Youth Services Librarian, Roberta Donahue, is the representative to Children First Groton. So we also collaborate with that group as well. And we help support their initiatives. We also invite Groton schools in, Northeast Academy, SB Butler, for Cards for Kids, familiarize them with the library and our summer reading program, and just let them take a tour through the library, do scavenger hunts, and that's always a big fun thing. Our Friends of the Library organize and hold several fundraisers throughout the year. They participate in the Edible Books Festival with Bill Memorial and Groton Public Library, and organize our presence in the famous Mystic Irish Parade, which we were voted most unique this year. We rely upon volunteers to assist with everything from processing and maintaining our print materials, sorting our book donations, running our ongoing and semi-annual book sales, indoor yard sale, plant sale, ground cleanup days, and more. And not to mention, our Board of Trustees also has subcommittees that help with our finance, manage our finances. We have controls in place so that semi-annually they review our invoices and things of that nature. And I just point that out because I want to make sure you understand that we are fiscally responsible. And we keep a close eye on things that we spend and what we spend it on.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
The income side of our budget has traditionally been balanced between municipal and state funding and grants, annual funds, gifts, and donations, and our drawdown from our investment income. And it's traditionally, in years past, been about 30%, 30%, 30%. It's now more like 29% from the towns and the state, 31% from gifts and donations, and we've had to up our drawdown from our investment. We do have a cap on that, so we're very careful not to touch principal, but we are just about at the cap at this point. And that's in lieu of laying off staff or making cuts. So we're really trying to balance that very carefully. In addition, we have always applied for grants and received many grants. We have about 5 in process at this time, ranging from music education to obtaining a library telescope that will be lent out. It's a new thing we're trying, so we're looking forward to doing that. I have a very talented and dedicated staff, but they are paid well below the Connecticut Library Association recommended wage for both professional and paraprofessional. They stay because they're committed, but my initiative is to try to attract and keep my talented staff and not take advantage of their dedication. I just would like to mention that our funding has gone from fiscal 14-15 around 188,000. It dropped, and then for the next couple of years it was in the 180s, and then in 17-18 it dropped to 122.9, which was a precipitous drop for us, and I believe it resulted in the library being closed one day a week. We've since reopened. And then this past year, it was funded at 100,000, although I understand that when it went to the RTM, it was the recommended was 125. So I understand that the town of Groton is faced with difficult budget decisions, but I would like to say that the recommended 25% cut will most certainly mean a drastic cut to our services and possibly staff. I regularly hear from patrons that our library is a deciding factor when people decide to move to Mystic. So I'm just wanting to point that out. My original request to the town manager was for $173,951. I started with the base amount that the RTM had recommended last year of $125,000, and I added to that 3 things. One was a one-time charge to bring a fiber optic line to the library through the Connecticut Education Network, and that is for high-speed fiber optic. That's for equipment and installation, and then the library is absorbing the years. That's for year 1, and the library absorbs years 2 through 20. And in addition to that, we have identified numerous HVAC repairs totaling around $16,000. So I added $15,750 based on our HVAC estimates from our HVAC chap. And then I added a 3% cost of living increase for our staff, as they have not had a raise in over 2 years. That totaled $11,656. Lastly, in light of the budget constraints facing Groton, I commit to finding alternative sources of funding for the CEN fiber optic line. I've already started working on a grant for that, and I believe that I will be able to get that for $25,000. So that's all set. And for the HVAC projects, I believe I also have identified funding for those as well. I am respectfully requesting $125,000 this year. And lastly, I would just like to say that Bill Memorial Library and Groton Public Library and I have been meeting since I've been on board 4 months now, and I believe before that. And although we're identified as outside agencies, I would urge you to consider an alternative perspective that for not a lot more money, you're getting 3 full-service libraries, and I think that's a great return on investment. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I just needed to clarify, please. So your original request was for $173,951, and now you're telling us that you have grants for your 2 capital projects, which are the fiber optic line and the HVAC. So you're asking for a new request of $125,000?
That's what I understand that the town manager has recommended 75, and we received 100. I'm requesting 125 because I am almost certain that I have the CEN line and the HVAC projects funded through other sources. So
Okay.
yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Zeperi, did you want to, you didn't discuss your motion because we hadn't let the lady speak yet, so go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to ask you, I don't want to embarrass you, but when I visited you last week, you told me you had a $32,000 deficit in last year's budget. You were in the red by $32,000.
Yes, 31 and changes what we were reflecting.
Yeah, and actually, we did discuss the 125 figure, and I said, well, maybe I could convince folks to go to the 100 that was on the original budget. And I think we convinced, and you said, could you go to 112? And so hence I made a recommendation for 115. I thought I was going to get in your good favor with that.
I appreciate that.
I would like to say that I grew up in Mystic, and I didn't use the Mystic Naonk Library, but my wife also grew up in Mystic, and she did and loved it. So if I don't speak for the Mystic Naonk Library, I'm going to be eaten outside for a while. But all the kidding aside, I visited you, and I listened to the speakers that came to the budget hearing the night before I visited you. And there was a young fellow who talked about going upstairs to the second floor room and just, wow. And I felt that when I went into that room. That is an extraordinary room. And I can't help but think that this library, although it is an accessory, it seems to be a redundancy because we already have an excellent library in Paquonic Bridge. But this library is such a gem. It's a beautiful piece of architecture. It's loved by so many people in that community, in the Mystic and Naonk community. And it's providing services to a large number of people and a large number of programs. I really feel we have to support it, and we can't let you fail. And if you're coming up with red numbers, it makes me worry about you failing. And so that's why I wanted to add to the town manager's budget enough to erase the red from last year. And that was the basis for the number that I recommended to the council.
Councilor Heath.
Thanks for coming today. Everybody loves the library. We love your library. We love the other library, Bill Memorial. We love the town library. Nobody's going to question that. But I always feel like my job is to tap the brakes a little bit. So even though last year your budget was cut to $100,000, You were able to reopen. Initially, you closed 1 day a week. Now you've reopened, so you're back to 7 days a week?
I think that was a couple of years ago that happened.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, a few years ago.
More than two? I misspoke. I think we've been open the 6 days for the last couple of years.
All right. I'm okay with 150.
I'm going to use my I'm a new person card.
Push that out there.
I have a question regarding page 99 and tab A, the budget summary. And when it's looking at management expenses, you have a line item for $24,544, which is development expenses. Could you just speak to that, please, and tell us what that is?
Sure. I believe that those are expenses that are incurred for our development program, and that's when we have an event, or those are fundraising expenses. So those are our development income is offset by those expenses.
So your development income then, if we look at the top of that page, you have development special events, $12,500.
Can I just grab my book?
Yes, please, I'm sorry, I thought you had it in front of you. So I'm looking at the operating Mystic and Naonk Library Budget Summary, October 1st, 2018 to September 30th, 2019. It's our page 99 in tab A. And I was trying to understand, under management expenses, development expenses of $24,544, and then you said that was expenses related to development events. And then at the top under operating income, there's a line item that says development special events, $12,500. So you netted $12,500, but you spent $24,000?
I did not develop this budget.
Okay.
It was developed prior to my arrival. I believe that the way this is set up is the development expenses are things like invitations and caterers and things like that for special events. Fundraisers, the annual appeal, our gala, things of that nature. I don't think that those two things are related, the 12.5. I think those are things like what's going on today at Bank Square Books. We have an honor book sale, and then the Book a Brick, things of that nature.
Okay, so they're not tied together?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Does anyone else have questions for our guest? Okay, so we are on, give me a minute, 10549. And we have the first amended figure on the floor, which is Councilor Perry's number, which is $115,000, correct? So we will vote the first amended figure first. So all those in favor of 10549, $115,000, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. 7-0-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your support.
You're welcome. We are on to 10549A, Bill Memorial Library. And this is in Appendix A. Find it on page 102. And we have some of the board here. And we are on Councilor Obrey, I believe.
Bill Memorial Library, move a figure of $17,250.
Moved by Obrey, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Franco. For 10549A, Bill Memorial Library, $17,200, and I wrote over it and I can't read it. 30 or 50?
50.
50, thanks. Shouldn't have wrote over it. Main motion. Councilor Schmidt.
I'd like to put another figure on the floor of 25,000.
Second.
Councilor Schmidt moved 25,000. Moved by Schmidt, seconded by Franco, correct?
Yes.
Counselor Schmidt, did you want to speak to your amendment?
Well, I think that the Bill Memorial Library is certainly asking for minimal support, and I think this is that we should be able to fund that for them. It's a beautiful library, and it's in a spot that I think most people find quite fascinating, right on the Thames River, and it's an integral part of all that is going on that side of Groton. I think that we would be remiss if we did not find the $25,000, which is really very small, and I hope that this would help a little bit better.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, would you like to introduce yourselves?
Yes. I'm Barbara Foote, Board of the Trustees at the Bill Memorial Library. Next to me is our director, Wendy Connell, and next to her is our treasurer. And I wish that you would ask questions of, what we need and what we've been doing. And when we have programs like, well, our children's program leader is here, that comes out of our regular expenses. We don't charge for any of those programs. And we just make it happen. And she has some great, big, well-attended, how many?
Yes, well, we have about 300 at our Sing Along with Santa event, and 420 people came last year for our Bunny Bonanza.
That's an outside one.
Outside.
Yeah.
Oh, well, outside and inside. This year we have goats and bunnies and the Easter bunny, and crafts. It's kind of an open house, a spring open house for children and families.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say thank you for working with town staff as far as trying to redevelop the Groton Heights property. We appreciate the library working with staff to forward that project, so thank you very much.
We are looking forward to and being our neighbor. They're been wonderful already.
Are there any questions for the guests from the Bill Memorial? Councilor Overy.
Probably isn't a good question to ask, but I will. It seems like there's a real disparity between what we're paying to Mystic, or offering Mystic, and what we're offering Bill Memorial. Can anybody, where'd John go? Can anybody tell me why there would be such a big difference?
I can.
Mr. Zuliani and then Councilor Zephyr.
Basically, our budget is smaller than the Mystic Library, Mystic Naonk Library. We don't have a big as program. If you can see from the summary operations report I just handed out, that's a duplication of your page 105 on Appendix A. That's our basic budget that we did just recently this year. You can see we're not as large as the other two libraries. We have a smaller building. Generally, we receive most of our funds for funding from our investment portfolio. We've received a small makeup grant from the town, which is really substantial to us. It does keep us above water. We try to, from our portfolio, only withdraw income and possible market increases in our program. We try to stay away from our principal. If we dip into principal, we'll be touching future income in future years. You do that continually over time, and you're going to be closing your doors. We avoid that as much as possible. As you can see, most of the bulk is running the library. The $201,000 is the basic operations, programs, and personnel. And the bottom line is we're nowhere near the size of the other two libraries, to answer that question.
Thank you.
Councilor Zephyr, did you wish to speak to this?
Yes. Before I say anything about the issue itself, I'd like to point out that when it came to the Mystic Library, it was a counselor from the city of Groton who recommended the increase in the amount of money given to the Mystic Library. And it came to the Bill Memorial Library, which is in the city of Groton. It was a Mystic resident who's on the council who made the recommendation for the approval. We get a lot of heat because we have too many people from the city of Groton on the council. And I think everybody on this council is devoted to the town as a whole. Be that as it may, I'd like to go on and speak about the Bill Memorial Library. That does get a lot of public support, and you are doing, I think you understated the things that you're doing for the community with the programs that you have. I think they're excellent, and I think you're trying to push ahead. And I think that the Bill Memorial Library, although it, again, is redundant because we have an excellent library in Pocahontas Ridge, it is a landmark. That is such a beautiful structure up there by Fort Griswold that we have to preserve it. We have to do what's necessary to keep that functioning as the Bill Memorial Library. You've asked for $23,000, I think, and Councilor Schmidt has made a motion to give you $25,000. I think we're meeting your request. Am I wrong?
They asked for 25.
The
Okay.
Councilor Schmidt's motion matches
so
the
be it.
request.
It was $23,000 in the past, and Rita made a motion to give you 25. I think that we should follow along and deliver that $25,000 to you. And I think you should persevere, and I'm very grateful that we have people like you who are devoted to preserving these institutions.
Are there any other comments or questions? Councilor Heath?
Just a quick question. What's the contingency line, $5,250?
Those for, those for extreme situations that we bump into during the year. For example, if we receive any unexpected boiler problems, or in the case of additional snow removal that's not budgeted, we use that as a contingency. We use that line to absorb or pay for those expenses. If we have a crisis, more or less, throughout the year, and we do have little things that pop up, they're automatic. We have a very old building. Let me re-emphasize and also defend, add to your what you know about the library. I had a 4-minute speech, I was hoping to give you but at the same time it was going to come into two formats. One is to defend all three libraries and then explain the $3,000 increase over last year, but I'm just going to briefly touch base. For those who visit any of the three libraries, understanding the importance of regarding being to all its patrons and usage. All three libraries are gems within the community. Each represent the quality of intelligence throughout the town. After the Board of Education, libraries serve as the second intellectual learning bodies of the community. People come to libraries to learn, get information, and entertainment. Library patrons mostly seek knowledge. The best part about libraries, it's free. That's the big draw. You get so much available, and it's generally free. To defend the $3,000 increase that we're requesting this year, the town's contribution to our program is about 9.75%. The balance of the income comes from the investment portfolio. The bill uses 100% of its income and draws off its possible growth, but never touches principal. To avoid, let me skip that. This year we are asking for $3,000 increase over last year to help assist with our increased approved grant program. This was a result from a focused grant applications, increasing numbers of approved grants for the building year. Unfortunately, grants are not 100%. You know that as we do. If you look at the schedule I handed out in regards to the grant programs that we just recently approved, I have to compliment our director and our grant writer for doing such a great job. They're aggressively looking for new grants and bigger grants, and we're also going to be progressing, hopefully, with more in the future. But you can see from the top 5, the strategic planning grant, that was a 100% grant. It's not going to cost the library anything to run that program, and it'll assist the board going forward in future years. The roof repair is still in need. The building is still having difficulty. It's a very old building, but again, we're going to get $10,000, and the bill will have to kick up about $5,000 of that expense. I'm going to drop down to the real big one down below. The neighborhood assistance grant. This was the one that really came through for us through the Groton Utilities. We're going to implement a new HVAC system for half our building. This should reduce our oil consumption in the future. It'll also save us energy. It's a $65,000 grant. The money received through Groton Utilities was $58,000. So we're going to have to kick up about $6,000 of that. Bottom line is, we're going to get $100,000 worth of improvements or benefit to the library, of which we're going to receive about $78,000 from outside programs. This is above and beyond our normal budget. This is things we will be able to do that we don't normally do every day. The $19,000 that we're going to have to kick up in cash, that's going to come out of our savings from past or current fundraising. Why we're asking for the $3,000 increase is to ask for your assistance to offset that $19,000. Could you just kick in a piece of that and help us go forward? We're trying to justify our money to you, and that's the reason for the whole 25, the increase over last year.
Thank you, Mr. Zuliani. Are there any more questions? Seeing no further questions, I just have to make sure I have the right number here. We are on account 10549A, and we will vote the first amended figure, which is Councilor Schmidt's number, $25,000. All those in favor of $25,000, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously with 7 councilors. 7.
Thank you very
0,
much.
and 0.
And we
Thank
invite you all
very
to come to our doors and see our wonderful building.
It is, it's beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, have a great day.
One more thing to the town manager. Would we be getting, if that figure left stands, would we be getting that all at one time or piecemeal like we've gotten it this year?
Distribute the same way as you currently get your fire.
Oh, so it's a little bit at a time? Okay. We can plan for that. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay. Do you want 5? You want to start? What do you want to do? What's your pleasure? So do you want to take a 2-minute break to see if we
Let's
have
see if
food?
they've been delivered, because I'm getting hangry.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna break for 5 minutes. It's 1:25. Thank you. Okay, we're back from recess, and it is 1:45. And we have a couple of accounts left. First of which is the City of Groton. And this is on page 183 in your budget book, and then in tab A, 107 in tab A. And we vote this by cost center, so when you go to move a number, we do it line by line. So I'm trying to remember who's up. Is it Atwater? Okay. So we move the police line, the highway maintenance line, and the street lighting line.
I move for the City of Groton cost center 10,900, the amount of $2,564,443.
Second.
Moved by Atwater and seconded by Heed. And Mayor Hedrick and your staff, would you like to just introduce yourselves? Or Councilor Beckford is here as well. Introduce everybody, please.
I'm Keith Hedrick, I'm the mayor of the city of Groton.
Mike Spellman, I'm the chief of police, city of Groton.
Ronnie Huss, director of finance, city of Groton.
Tim Umbridge, public works director, city of Groton.
Jamal Beckford, councilor, city of Groton.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your budget, sir?
I will let Director Huss speak. You just an overview, give the overview, and then the chief can go into the details. So I first want to start out, I just gave a handout out while we're on recess. And what that handout is, it was something that was asked of the city a few years back. And it starts with the total highway and police budget. There's two separate sheets, one for each budget. And it starts with the total budget. For the police, it'll back out the chief's salary and then all of the benefits that are included in the budget, which brings it down to an operational budget amount. And it's compared with the prior year. So that way you can see the true change from year to year without the change in the benefit portion of that. So that was something that was asked, so we just wanted to hand it out to be consistent with prior years. So I'll actually turn it over to the chief to talk about his budget.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the Groton Town Council. The City of Groton Police Department is comprised currently of 27 sworn members. We have 4 full-time dispatchers, 2 full-time clerical and a part-time clerical, and 1 full-time maintenance and support employee assisting with items such as fleet and facility cleanliness. We're a very diverse agency reflective of the community we support and police. In our 6 sergeants, we have 2 African-American males, an African-American female, and a Native American male currently serving in our agency. Our agency has the language capability to address English, Spanish, Portuguese, French, and Mandarin Chinese. Our agency of 1 chief, 1 captain, 1 lieutenant, 6 sergeants, 3 corporals, 3 detectives, and 11 patrolmen. We have no part-time sworn personnel, but we do have a traffic officer that we utilize schools primarily in the area of West Side because it's a primary area of egress not only to the Pfizer operation, but to the Marine Science Magnet High School. In the past year, we have been reaccredited by Post as a police department. We have achieved level 1 status, and we currently seek level 2 accreditation as we speak. We've had one of the largest promotional events in the agency's history. In the past year, we promoted from within, which put us down 1 officer that we, our sworn level of 27 as opposed to 28. The longest serving member of the agency, Eric Jenkins, was promoted from lieutenant to captain, and a lieutenant, 2 sergeants, and 2 corporals were promoted. Our hiring to enter into our agency is highly sought, and the applicants at this point are seeking us for employment on an aggressive basis. It's because we are accredited and we operate a community policing model with extensive community outreach. In the past year, we've had 3 fairly high-profile cases. We had a kidnapping arrest case occurred in the city where an accused attempted to kidnap a female victim. Literally right off our streets in broad daylight. We had a DNA hit on the accused. We had the case solved within a 72-hour period. We had a white powder incident at our local mosque where we had no cross-contamination. We were able to put down an aggressive perimeter, and our detective unit, working with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, were able to get an indictment of the accused. We had a workplace violence threat recently made at the region's largest employer, Electric Boat. I'm particularly proud of our agency and our detectives in regards to that incident because we had an accused and we had all implementations of the threat in police custody in under 24 hours. We worked closely with 2 out-of-state agencies in the state of New York and Rhode Island. We worked with the Immigration and Customs Enforcement when the accused tried to repatriate into the country from Scotland. And we worked with the Port Authority in New York, Rhode Island State Police, and Coventry, Rhode Island Police, and alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Our community outreach has been an area of pride for our agency. We are a regional leader in the area of autism. We have the area and likely the state's only certified ALEC instructor, Officer Bobby Harris. When I met with you last year, we talked about a software update. I'm proud to announce that we've worked on GIS, and we will meet with the town of Stonington in the next 2 weeks looking for a memorandum of understanding and take a CGIS compliant software that we will initially bring into our area and we look to serve the town overall with. I think it's This is an emergent demographic where it's not if you're going to deal with somebody on the spectrum, it's when. And it's something that police departments are going to have to address and be prepared and have their personnel ready to go. All of our officers, all of our firefighters are ALEC certified. We run a food, coat, and toy drive every year. It's an annual event at Christmas. This year we partnered with the Navy sub-vets, and it was more successful than the previous year, much to the chagrin of Captain Jenkins, who was a member of the United States Marine Corps, the Navy outdid it. We partner with the Bill Library in the Art of Adulting series. We have a Fitch graduate who was a corporal in our agency, Brittany Duclos, who partnered that. We literally had a heavily attended event at the Bill Library where we showed young people how to change a tire out in the parking lot before they went out, and what to do if you get pulled over by a police officer, what paperwork you hand, what do you have to have legally to drive within the state of Connecticut. It was a very good outreach event. We're proud that the officer of our year is also a Fitch graduate, Detective Dan Grimm, and I'd like to indicate above, I often talk about return on investment in education. Our community has return on investment in education through the efforts of Corporal Duclos and Detective Grimm. The lead investigator on the kidnapping and workplace violence case was Detective Grimm. We have a liaison officer with Community Speaks Out. That is Officer Alejandro Rosa. And we bring a bilingual capability to address our local heroin issues as he speaks Spanish fluently. We're very active in accreditation circles. You should be proud of your fellow counselor, Juliette Parker. She serves as a secretary on a regional group. And the opinion of Corporal Gongalves, Fernando Gongalves out of our agency is highly sought by other agencies as he rapidly becomes a subject matter expert. As we move forward, we look at EB expansion logistics, which is going to be something our agency looks at. Continue to provide services to another large employer and tax-based contributor at Pfizer. That we maintain and expand a positive relationship with a Class S regional high school that exists, the Marine Science Magnet School. We continue our outreach to Branford Manor and Groton Estates and train a young department to meet tomorrow's challenges. In the numbers that we ran before you, we too are struggling with compensation costs, inclusive of pension and health benefits. Excluding that from the request that we have to the town, our overall request is a moderate 1.92%. As we come in with those costs in there, our overall increase that we seek is a 4.87% increase. We provide an accredited and community-friendly service to the citizens of the city of Groton, and it's a great professional privilege of mine to command personnel of this caliber and integrity.
Any councilors wish to speak to this account? Councilors Perry and then Schmidt.
I move that we approve the amount of $4,682,925.
Okay, 1 second, please. I'm not sure where you're getting that number.
He's got the total.
We already have a number on the floor, and we vote City of Groton by line item, and the number is
Okay.
already on the floor.
All right.
Madam Mayor, we'll take it and we'll do a lot of good with it.
It was worth their weight, huh? Councilor Schmidt.
I just wondered if there is a situation now that the communications between the town police and the Groton City Police is better than it has been. I understand that they had one system, you had another system, and very often they couldn't talk to each other, which could be very, very fatal in certain situations.
Yes, ma'am. And I have to give great credit to the town manager, Mr. Burt, and Mayor Hedrick, and Mayor Granatowski. We are on the SIP for the town for the first time probably ever. And what we're seeking to do is, I met with Chief Azzaro. I want to get equivalent equipment to what they have to our personnel. And we're looking to go on the state system as they are. And they do have some dead zones that our towers will assist them with. And we don't lose any services to anybody in the city of Groton. It was a major piece in the perf report that I've read closely that may still have some applicability. And I agree with you completely. If you can't communicate, you can have problems. In fact, this past week I met with members of General Dynamics in regards to their safety issues on site, And we're looking to make a proposal to bring them forward under Homeland Security and put them under that umbrella as well. And we work very closely with the magnet school as well, and we have divergent funding streams that we're looking to bring to bear on that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Franco and then Heath.
So last year, as I looked at the budget, you had an increase of 8.9%, and this year you're looking at a 5%. I mean, I think those are two big numbers back to back. What do you think about that? And is there reasons for this?
The reason for the large increase last year was the previous council had cut, I believe it was $175,000 in the previous year's budget. So that was included in that percent increase was that 175 that the city ended up funding. The other piece of the increase, again, when we look at this sheet that I handed out earlier with the benefit portion, you'll see that the big number there is the pension going up from $455,000 to $583,000, which is a 28% increase. The town's increase right now proposed is 16%, and I believe they're doing the same thing we are. Is with our pension, our actuarial assumptions for the interest rates, we're at 7.5. 2 years ago, we brought them down to 7.25, and in this budget year, we're bringing it down to 7 because we're not. Those are unrealistic rates for the pension actuarial assumption. So in looking at the town's history, they've done the same thing. 2013, they were up at 8, and they're down to 7.25 now, and they may even be going down to lower than that, I'm not sure. So, and then the second largest increase is the health insurance, which went from $705,000 to $750,000, and right above the pension, which was an increase of $45,000 or 6%, again, in line with what the town is proposed at an 8% increase. So when you take and put the benefit piece in with the total budget, that's driving that operational budget of a 1.92% increase up to the 4.87.
And we are a smaller operation, and the budget that we present to you is a true reflection of the cost to police. I mean, we put everything in. I mean, it's the cost of the retirement, gasoline, everything's there. We don't have anything in a fleet account. We don't have a youth officer in the education budget. Everything. This is a true picture of what it costs to run the operation. And you're looking at an overall increase of roughly $121,000, of which $63,000 of it is within the. As previous council members said, the cost that we just can't avoid.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Heath.
So you're not replacing any vehicles this year according to this budget, is that correct?
No, we are. We are replacing 2, I believe.
So, Councilor, if you look actually in that sheet that I handed out, this is the first reduction after you get under the chief's salary. There's a capital line, which last year was 47.5.
Okay.
This year we have it at 72.5, which for the 2 vehicles.
I didn't know what capital was, now I do. Thank you.
And that's an interceptor and a detective's car, or what
Yes,
were the
ma'am.
two different?
In years past, we have been cut, and our fleet suffered. And we're getting our fleet back up to snuff, and in order to move service. And we had purchased used vehicles in the past as a stopgap, and they're actually starting to get expensive for us in maintenance. That line's starting to, they're getting long in the tooth.
No, I'm done.
Any other questions? Councilor Schmidt and then Atwater?
I just wanted to make sure that I understand that all these things, the capital, the health insurance down to general insurance, those are all included in the 5,151 or 5,151.
Correct.
Right, thank you.
Councilor Atwater?
I'm having a difficult time with it, forgive me, but I see you have a total budget of $5,289,000, and you take out the chief's salary, and then these other items are deducted down to the $3,384. So, first of all, I guess my question: where does that money come from to reduce that budget amount?
Sorry, I should explain that a little bit better earlier. So what this sheet was asked to us a couple years back by a counselor. And what it did was, because in the town budget, when you look at your police department's budget, it includes just operational cost. there's also a section in your budget for non-departmentals. It's just a different method of budgeting, which your non-departmentals include your health insurance, your pension, your workers' comp, your group, your OPEB, all the things that we've backed out of here. And then there's also another piece in your budget, which is your capital improvement program, or your fleet program, which would be where the vehicles would be. So in our budget that we present, everything is all included as the operational. So what this sheet does is it backs it out. So this adjusted total on the bottom would be similar to how you review your police budget. That's presented in the town budget.
So that would be like salaries and so forth that would be included in that.
Correct, the salaries would be included in that line, but just all the other benefits that
And then we go from there to the town funding requested, which is 2.5. So the difference, I'm assuming, is then made up by the city?
Correct. The way that the funding method is the police budget as a whole, the $5,289,000, backing out the chief's portion of the budget to come down to the 5,151,322. And then it backs out any other revenues, parking tickets, any DUI grants that may be received. And then it comes up with a total there, which is then 50-50 funded by the city and 50 funded by the town.
So I guess my last question then is the adjusted total, if I'm looking at this correctly, goes up 63,000 or 1.92%?
Correct, the adjusted total, but the request for the town would actually be an increase of 121,364 or 4.97% when you include all the benefits back into it.
So that 4.97% is not really reflective of the 1.92.
The 1.92 is the increase without benefits. The 4.97 includes all the benefits that we reduced out.
Thank you.
Counselor Schmidt.
And then I just wanted to double check, you said there are no new vehicles being requested, but the capital is for funding, providing a fund for the eventual replacement of vehicles.
No,
Police cars.
actually, I was the one who said there are no vehicles. I didn't know what the capital line meant, so that was my next question. So that's actually their vehicles is the capital.
Oh, you are getting, right, thank you.
Go ahead, did you want to say something?
Councilor Atwater, what I tried to do here is, there had been a concern at one point about the town's police budget went up 2.6%. And if you look at ours, you say, well, ours went up, the city's went up 4.9%, what's up? What I tried to do was I asked Ron, if you pull out the non-departmentals and you make that number and therefore the change similar to what Chief Asaro puts in, then his is an O&M budget, operation and maintenance budget, because the town has the non-departmentals in another account. You're still paying for them, it's just in another account. The city, when we come to you, it's a fully burdened account, meaning it's got everything in it. So what I wanted to do to try to simplify things, and we had been asked a couple years ago, is if you take the non-departmentals out, meaning well, and you have the list here, then you could see that our increase this year is 1.92% over last year, which is less than the 2.6%, which is what the town increase is asking for in the police, because that had been an interest item when you guys looked at the Groton Town Council budgets. So this is our attempt to do that, to address that question.
Counselor Franco.
So does this conclude your capital purchases as well?
Yes,
And what are you looking for capital purchases?
2 vehicles.
Excuse me?
2 vehicles, ma'am.
Okay, and for this year, are you looking to get any money for radios?
That's in the capital improvement project.
Right, and that's part of this number? Is that
No,
what-
it's not.
No,
That's a
that's
separate
separate.
line. Separate line.
Okay.
That's into the SIP.
All right, so 2 vehicles are in here for the fleet. And have you by any chance done a review or a study to see if your fleet is where it should be? Like we were just discussing earlier in the day, our own fleet, what was it, Mr. Burt, the, well, there was the study.
We did do some police vehicles, but the rest we're putting in a holding pattern until we can review.
Right, compared to, I guess, Council of Governments had brought up a report and to see what was necessary for certain size towns. And
the equipment that we're acquiring is sufficient in what we need for the city of Groton. We are playing to a degree catch-up, because in years past we have been cut and unable to upgrade our fleet. So we have to do it in the most cost-effective manner that we can coming forward, and I'm looking at it rather than coming to you with a 1 year, I need all this yesterday. I'm trying to get it so that we flip over the fleet in a pattern so that it keeps the cost down low.
Okay.
But to further answer your question, we look at the age of the fleet, we look at the mileage, the run hours, all the things that are typically looked at for police vehicles, for the run times, and for the life of the vehicles.
Okay.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. We're at line item 10900, police. We will vote on $2,564,443. And we are at 7 councilors. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously, 7-0-0. And we are at Councilor Schmidt, I believe. Councilor Schmidt for line item 10901, highway maintenance.
All right, I move the figure of $1,999,982 for highway maintenance.
Second.
Moved by Schmidt, seconded by Perry. And this is in your books, Appendix A on page 107. And they have a similar page that was passed out by the finance director to try to make the comparison similar as far as stripping out benefits that are not found in our public works. So would you like to address your budget?
Well, I'd like to start out with, we had the meeting with the 3 councilors from the city and 3 councilors from the town who reviewed the budget and had the finance director and the public works director at that meeting. And as far as I understand, there were no issues associated with that meeting. Is that close? I think that's true, right?
You're correct. We went line by line, and I think the general consensus, I can't speak for everybody, but everything made sense.
Did the other 2 councilors want to speak? Concur?
Who were the counselors that met?
Myself, Councilor Atwater, and Councilor Schmidt.
Do you want to do an overview then?
So yeah, again, going to similar to what the handout that we did for the police department, we have a similar one that we did for the highway. So you see the total highway budget starts out at $2,114,513. Again, backing out vehicles that are included in the capital, the health insurance, the pension, the OPEB, workers' comp, general insurance, to come down with an operating budget of $1,350,113, or just under a $39,000 increase from the previous year, or a 2.94% increase. The total funding request is actually decreased by $50,880, and that's due to the town aid road grant. In the previous year, we were under the assumption from the COG that only half of that grant was going to come through. So when we did last year's budget, that was an assumption that was made. So this year, we plan to get the full town aid road grant of the $113,000. So that's why the actual request went down.
So last year, you only received half of the COG grant. This year, you're expecting to receive a full grant?
Correct. It ended up, the full grant did come through. The State Department of Transportation had a freeze on certain grants and spending, and that when we put last year's budget together, it was under the assumption that that second payment was not going to be released.
Thank you. Are there questions on the highway budget? Councilor Overy.
I don't really have a question. I just think it's important that we mention that there was an extensive evaluation that was done on the costs of the town, cost of the city for the highways. And after reading that report, I'm very comfortable with what they're asking for, because it's shown that they were efficient and doing, appear, a very good job. So if people out there are saying, well, you know, you're not going apples to apples, no, we're not. We're going a lot further than that. We have a lot more information.
Counselor Franco and then Schmidt.
I was looking at some salary and wages, and there was, I guess what your estimate for 2019 for laborers. Are you on the same page I am? No.
What page are you on?
I don't know, I'm on page 118 in the back, section A.
So this is your FTE analysis for the highway budget.
Right, I'm under salary and wages, and there was laborers, and it says the estimate for 2019 is about 130, but you're asking for 159.
I'm sorry, which page are you on again?
I'm on page 118.
In the appendix
118, that's...
In section A, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Take a look and see if that's designed.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was on the wrong one.
It's a different 118. There's a 118 in the front, then there's
Yeah.
a 118 in Appendix Alpha.
Yeah, section A, I'm
I
sorry.
think we're on board.
We're all ready?
I think so.
Sorry. All right, so the laborers, I guess the expected for 2019 is about 130, but you're asking for almost 160 in 2020. Can you explain that? And also, were the engineers, the expected for 2019 is 15, and then requesting 68,000 for 2020.
So let's start with the engineer one.
Okay.
That position was just recently filled, so therefore the projected is less because it's only going to be filled for a few months out of the year.
Okay.
So that's why there's the shortfall there. And then which was the other one? I'm sorry.
The one right above it, the laborer.
The 2019 budget was 156. The 2019 estimate is down to 130. The 20 request is 159.
When did you fill that second laborer? That was part of the year too. That we had a labor opening as well, and I have to check to see when that was filled. They're all filled currently, but I think there was a shortfall, and that was what was leading to that shortage in the proposed. But I can confirm that and get.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have anything else?
No, not right now.
Counselor Schmidt.
I just wanted to point out to the listening public that these costs do not include any state highways or federal highways that have grants that cover the amounts that are being spent on those particular roads, that this is strictly the city roads. I mean, there just seemed to be a letter that intimated that we were covering all kinds of things that are already covered under grants, and that is not true.
Counselor Heed.
One of the questions we came up with, or that we delved into when the three of us met with the city, was on the vehicle maintenance. Could you give us a little history of like the ups and downs where things are going and why we need these vehicles?
For the capital?
Correct.
One of the things that we tried to do, Tim and I work closely when we're putting our CIP together. And as you're all aware, there's the bond fund right now, which is covering the actual reconstruction of some of the roads, which is outside of the budget process. So in the last few years, we've tried to keep the capital in line with the changes in the budget in order to avoid big spikes and valleys from year to year. So you'll see in the current year, we actually decreased the vehicles by the 45,000, which offset some of the other increase to try to, again, to keep the cost level. So Tim goes through his, and Tim can speak more on this, with his fleet to see what vehicles are needed. The original plan for this year was to purchase, I believe it was a dump truck for another 170,000. We actually pushed that back to next year in order to reduce that and purchase 3 other smaller trucks that were needed.
So instead of keeping the fleet at 170, we have roads we want to put in, we're trying to level it off so it never peaks, never gets the big spike. So this way we can get 3 smaller vehicles for 125.
still keep the budget within reason.
But one of the things that I do want to bring up, though, is that at the end of this year, we will be out of the bond money, right? We will have used all the bond money, or almost all of it.
In this calendar year, it's anticipated that we will finish spending all the bond money, which will be on a portion of Benham Road from Rainville to Mitchell, Elderkin Ave, and engineering for Bucquonic Road, which we are receiving the lots of grant from the state of Connecticut to do a complete reclamation of that road.
And the reason I bring that up is that we have talked in the past about whether or not the town in general will want to go out for another bond. I recognize that the bonding situation that we're in now with the schools, but if we do not go out, if we do not have another bond, then that means if I'm doing other roads and highways in the future, that will come in under the CIP, and that'll be added, so you will see a spike. So this is for future budgets, so I wanted to let you know that. The other thing is, just like the town, we have MS4 requirements. We're getting our arms around MS4. We did not go in with an increase due to MS4 this year, but I am anticipating an increase in MS4 funding next year based on increased requirements from the state. And I know Gary has talked to you guys about the MS4 requirements. The town this year has increased their MS4 request, I think, by 80,000 or so. There's an increase coming from your public works for MS4. The city will probably have an increase for MS4 for next year. Not for this year, but I just want to give you a heads up that I will probably see that as an increase next year. And I'll have justification for it, but.
Municipal stormwater, that's the new regulation.
I'm sorry, MS4 is the stormwater, the collection for your outfalls, for your stormwater drains. So all your catch basins, your outfalls, the maintenance, the sampling, and those kind of things. Every year, the state is adding additional requirements. They have a plan of things that they're doing, and every year it expands a little bit. And we are working together, city and town are working together. There are areas, obviously, that are separate, but where we can work together and sheriff services, we are doing so. But that's what the MS4 is, sorry. Stormwater management is what the MS4 requirements are.
Councilor Atwood.
I'm assuming that's an unfunded mandate by the state?
Yes, sir. And I'm sure that if you were to ask your public works director, Gary would be more than happy to bring you up to speed on the impact to the town.
Is there any other kind of funding?
All right, is there any other discussion on 10901?
Can I just ask one more question?
Yes, Councilor Franco.
So with the highway analysis that was compared for the city and town, and there are some ways that they talked about for cost savings. So we're definitely going to be working together for cost savings, right, from the compilation of the study. Is that correct?
Can you ask me that in a different way? Are we working together? Yes. Are you asking for a specific example of that?
Well, I just know that in Public Works, they said that there was ways we could work together, possibly by shared vehicles or things of that nature. So we are in talks with that, maybe?
We have not started discussions with that, but we are, I guess, fundamentally in agreement to evaluate that and discuss what that means. John and I have not talked about it. I don't think the two department heads have talked about it, but we would need to discuss it, what the items are, what does that mean, MOUs. I mean, when you say, I want to share your shovel, it's easy. Here, I'll give you my shovel. But when you're talking about large equipment, it gets a little more complicated than that.
Right.
Who owns it? Are you using it at the same time I'm using it? What happens if it breaks? Who's responsible for the maintenance? I mean, it gets a little more complicated, not to throw a wedge in there to say we're not going to do it. But these are the things that we need to discuss and figure out how we can get there and implement that recommendation.
So do you have a plan, maybe?
Yeah, but I was planning, we've had discussions on starting discussions. Once I get through the budget process, then we'll be sitting down to hash it over.
Okay.
The
Thank you.
analysis came out mid-March,
Yes.
and we met when it was presented by the vendor.
Novak. Yes, ma'am.
And then we were in the midst of budget, so
And
the
we have been
gentlemen
in-
meet monthly, at least once a month. So I'm assuming once budget's
Right.
done.
I meet with the town manager once a month. I meet with the mayor once a month, and we talk about issues. I am committed to implementing the things of the study. But if you were to ask me, do you have something on paper? We haven't yet because we're focused on our budgets. Once, like John said, once we get through the budget season, then we'll have some time, we can take a breath, and then we can look at where we need to go from there for implementation of their recommendations.
All right, great. Thank you.
And there's 9 recommendations, so there's a lot of room there to find some kind of area of
Yes, ma'am.
cooperation. Anyone else? Okay. We are on 10901 highway maintenance, and we will vote on 1,999,982. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. So Councilor Zepari, you have the next line item. It's 10904 street lighting, please.
I move that we appropriate $118,500 for street lighting in the city of Groton.
Second.
Moved by Zepari and seconded by Atwater. Did you gentlemen want to address this at all?
This is the same as Groton Long Point, where all we do is we actually pay the bill, and we're just putting it in this account for tracking purposes. So it's not a request by the city per se.
It's county.
Councilor Schmidt and then, or Zepari and then Schmidt.
I'd like to see us move ahead with this without too much ado. This is pretty clear cut, and there's not a whole lot that we're going to gain by hashing it out.
Councilor Schmidt.
I just wondered if there was going to be LED lighting replacing the lights in the street.
To my knowledge, we have completed the LED replacement.
Oh, good.
And they're very bright.
There are a few outstanding lights that still need to be completed, and we are tracking those. But for by and large, we have completed LED light replacement.
Anything else?
That was going to be my question too. I can just comment that the lights are very bright on the sidewalk, but you step 3 inches off into my yard and it's pitch black. So you've got good direction on it. I think those are beautiful lights. I like them a lot.
Yeah, the street is very bright, and then it doesn't really hit the house, which is nice for light
So much for
pollution.
your suggestion,
Light
Joe.
pollution purposes.
You really
Any
did
other
well the
discussion
last
on
one
this
with that.
street lighting item? Seeing none, we will vote on 10904 street lighting, the amount of $118,500. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. I think you're set. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council.
Thanks for being patient, waiting for us.
We are on to page 189 for Fire District's pilot account 1092. And this will be Councilor Franco, I believe. I want to make sure that's the right page. I don't think that's correct. Hold on. Fire District's pilots are on 189, I'm sorry. 189. Councilor Franco?
Oh, I'm sorry. $246,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Franco and seconded by Schmidt. And would anyone like to address what this is? Director Landry or Mr. Burt? Mr. Burt, thank you.
You can see on page 188, there's 2 components. The state allocation of in lieu of real estate taxes. It reimburses the town for services to state-owned properties. That's passed along to the fire districts, as well as for town-owned properties. We do the same thing ourselves. Total of $246,000. The breakout amounts have been the same for several years, so nothing's changing this year from other years.
Is this the money we get from the state?
Yeah, the state portion is that 121,000 of it.
Counselor Franco, you had a question?
Yes. So I read here how it's calculated, and it's based on, it's a reimbursement basically for town services to state-owned properties. But then I read it, and it says, according to a formula based on acres of town-owned land and square footage of town-owned buildings within each district. So we're basically looking to see how much the town owns in each district. We're not actually looking to see what the state owns in each district, is that correct?
Let's see.
Two different
Yeah, two
funds,
different
correct?
pots. Yeah, the top one's state and the bottom one's town.
Oh, I see.
Right.
I'm sorry, I read them together. So what is the formula based on then?
Honestly, before I got here, for many years, we've just kept it the same amount. So I have not actually gone to that formula. I don't know if Cindy has more.
There's some really old documentation on this. It comes up periodically about changing the formula, but I think at the top of page 1, as far as the state, they started with the $7,000 base. I've tried to go back and research this to try to determine the rationale of how it was started. It's very difficult. There's not a lot of detail, but it has been something that's just the value of it has been maintained over the years. You know, the money that we get from the state ebbs and flows for pilot money from the state-owned properties.
Right.
So some years we get less, some years we get more. So that is, it's not a flat funding for the town of Groton either.
All right, so because I know some of the fire departments have come to us asking for a reevaluation of this due to certain districts having a lot more state land. And even if it's open space, there's still, there's brush fires and things they're replying to. And I'm not going to make a motion today about changing any numbers, but I would like to go forward and review this whole thing. I know we've invited them to come to us and talk to us, but they haven't. Only a few have come to us, but I'd like to do a reevaluation as to what the state property is in our town and to what districts, if possible.
Okay, how it's allotted to. We can provide you with the old formula.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion on the fire district's pilot? Counselor Aubrey.
I would just echo what Rachel's saying. I had a problem with this last year. I have a problem with it again this year because there's no communication. I realize it's just a pass-through on our part, really, but I still think we should know more about it. John's ignoring me.
He heard you.
On my list.
Director Landry
you.
heard you as well. She's going to provide
you.
that information for us. Anyone else have discussion or comment? Okay, seeing no further discussion, we are voting on 1092 in the amount of $246,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. That brings us to the end of our items for Saturday, April 6th.
I will be recessed to April 8th at 6 p.m.
Recess.
I'll
till
second.
April 8th at 6 p.m. by Atwater, seconded by Heed. All those in favor of recessing until April 8th at 6 p.m. say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are in recess.